Let's click this over. Oh. There we go. Don't like it. Give me 1 second. I think you can hear me, but this is not the... Oh, no, it is the right saying. Ah, good. Yeah, I actually made a slight mistake before we started. I set the stream up, and everything was good, and the sound was good, and everything was good. And then when I looked, I was like, there's no one here? I don't understand. Like, normally there's a few more people around than this. And I looked, and I'd set it all up on the Royal Rumble stream. So I was like, oh my god. So I've just had to go back in and now reset it all up on the Raw stream. So we've got there. We've done it. I can't cope with all these streams that have been created. It's too confusing for me. I'm very easily overwhelmed. So it's too confusing. But no, we're good. We're live. I hope everyone is well and excited for the show. I was just saying... or at least trying to, that we did a stream yesterday and we were meant to go for an hour. We ended up doing 3 hours because it was such a big topic of today's Raw and Royal Rumble and the direction that things are going in or potentially going in. Like, there is so much to talk about. So much for us to get our teeth into. So what we'll do is we will just go down Raw, and we will talk about what's coming up, and we'll talk about what we could be seeing. And then we will get into the chat. I want to get into the chat quite quickly tonight. We was chatting away for so long yesterday, just about different topics. I do want to try and get into the chat a bit quicker. So tonight we've got Seth Rollins addressing his future. That is going to be very interesting. Nothing has leaked, which is brilliant. We have no idea what is going to be said. I don't know if he's going to vacate the title. I don't know if he is going to say that he's sticking around. I don't know if he's going to be at Mania. I don't know if he's missing Mania. I don't know if he needs surgery. If he does need surgery, when's he getting that surgery? It's all about how severe this injury is, and we know that a quick Google search shows us that on average this is probably going to be about an 8-week absence. Now that's going to take him out until around the end of March. It means that he can come back and compete at WrestleMania, but he's going to have to get back into ring shape, and he's going to have to, like, take a few risks as well. Like, he's going to have to recover quick and get his fitness back in order to have the match at Mania. The other thing as well is that even if he is going to make it back by the end of March, are WWE going to allow him to keep the title during that period? Because that would rule him out from Elimination Chamber, and they may want a world title match at Elimination Chamber. So even if it's around the 8-week mark, or even if it's around, say, the 6-week mark, if he's not going to make it to Elimination Chamber, are they going to allow him to remain champion? Because he prides himself on being a fighting champion, and it might be a case that this is where he has to vacate the title. So there is a very, very, very good chance he vacates the title. And to be clear, we don't actually know how long he's out for. He could be out 12 weeks. I have seen websites, medical websites, that say that this injury, if it is moderate to severe, can take up to 12 weeks to recover from. If that's the case, he's out of WrestleMania, right? So we don't know. I genuinely don't know. If I was a betting man, I would say he needs to go away for a little bit. He needs to go and get surgery. He's hoping to be back for Mania, but he can't carry the title, and so he's going to vacate it. That's what I would say is going to happen tonight. That's my prediction, if you will. Because I think even if it's 6 weeks, even if it's not the 12 and it's 6 weeks and he's got to go away and have surgery, that's going to rule him out of Elimination Chamber. And I really think they're going to want the title defended on that show because there is no Roman, apparently. So if there's no Roman Reigns, then I would imagine that they would want to have the belt represented. Plus also, it gives the opportunity to put the title in the Rumble or put the title in the Elimination Chamber, and we can still get Seth to wherever it is he's got to go. Whatever the planned match is at WrestleMania for him, he can still get there. Obviously, maybe not for the title anymore, but yeah, if I was a betting man, I would say that I'm thinking that he will vacate the belt, but he's going to work tooth and nail to make sure he is back before WrestleMania. So, but that's just a guess. That's just a prediction. I don't have anything to really base that on, other than we know he is injured. That we know. He has torn his MCL, and he has got a partial tear in his meniscus. We know he is injured. He is not going to come out tonight and go, do you know what, I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. I feel brilliant. That's not happening. We know he's got an injury, and that's why he's going to have to go away for a bit. The question becomes, will WWE allow him to go away with the belt, and how long does he have to go away for? So we know that we've got Seth. We've also got Drew taking on Damian tonight. That's going to be a great match. WWE really building that up. Cody and CM Punk are going to be face-to-face. That's going to be massive, and that's going to really depend on what Seth says earlier in the night. He is starting the show. Raw starts with Seth. Then we've got Ivar against Chad Gable. We've also got Nile against Valhalla, and it's just been announced Imperium are going to be taking on the New Day. So Imperium versus New Day has just been added to the card. There is a bit of footage doing the rounds of Adam Pearce announcing that match. I just saw, was it Hasib asking a question? Has it gone? Is it there? And I wanted to get to it because it caught my eye. There we go. Days. I didn't watch last week's show. How did Seth compete with the injury? Well, to be honest, I mean, the match was not the longest. And I seem to recall them starting with about, I don't know, less than 20 minutes to go. I remember saying, like, they haven't really given them much time, because I was actually really into Jinder getting an opportunity. And so I was into the match. And of course, Tony Khan made the whole thing a lot bigger. So I was waiting for them to have some time and for Jinder to show that he is better than what a lot of people believe he is, right? Because he's got a bad reputation, and I don't think his skills are as bad as what people make out. You know, people are still talking about his bad title run from 7 years ago. I mean, we're all different people from 7 years ago. Like, if you're gonna base Jinder's abilities on a title run from 2017, I mean, that's madness. That is madness. He is a good promo. He's someone that has wrestled a lot of matches. He has shown that he can put on a decent match. Granted, I cannot sit here and give you a long list of 4-star, 4.5-star, 5-star Jinder matches, right? I can't do that. But that's why I thought last week was an opportunity for them to go, here's Jinder. Here's what he can do. And to have him go out there with Seth and put on a really good match. I didn't think they really gave them enough time to do that. But the ending was so good. The way that they had the briefcase being involved and Damian coming down and Drew, there was a lot of moving parts. There was a lot of garnish. There was a lot of close falls. I thought it was really exciting. I think the match beforehand, it was getting interrupted. It didn't really have enough time to do anything. So, to be honest, I'm not quite sure when Seth picks up the injury and how much longer he had to go after. I can tell you that he was helped to the back, and apparently in the back he was able to put a bit of weight on it, but he had to be helped to the back, and it's come through that it is a torn MCL and a partial tear on the meniscus. So it just comes down to how severe that is, and honestly, without doing scans or anything, I don't think anyone really knows how severe it is. So it's there's not really much we can take from it. The match wasn't really long enough. It was interrupted by commercial breaks, and then we had a lot of just hoopla at the end with Drew and Damian and all close pinfalls and all that kind of stuff. So there's no clues, to be honest, there that I could see that would give us an indication of, you know, it's going to be fine or it's not. The fact that he had to be helped to the back's probably not a great indicator, but then the fact that eventually he was able to put weight on it might mean that it's not severe. So we'll have to wait and see. Defcon Prime, hello, shout out to you. Defcon said, my universal greeting is from the Transformers movie. I'm telling you, Priest will cash in. Just watch. Okay. Well, I mean, look, if they go that way, they go that way. We threw that idea around yesterday, and as I said, it's not the direction I would go. So I think it'll be a bit of a shame if they do that, because I just think it's a lot more exciting to put it in the Rumble and have 30 guys compete for it, rather than have Damian come down and cash in when he could cash in at any point, you know? Yeah, for me, I hope it doesn't go that way. But if it does go that way, it could go that way. I mean, he can cash in at any time, so it could go that way. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's not the direction that I would book personally, but we'll have to wait and see. I do really. It's going to sound mean, but I want him to vacate, because I just think it's a much more exciting situation. You know, all of a sudden, if the title is on the line in the Rumble, Saturday just becomes that bit more bigger, that bit more interesting. It's one thing to win a Rumble and compete for the title. It's a whole different thing to win the Rumble and become a world champion. So, you know, I mean, think about Sammy. I've been, you know, yearning for Sammy to be a world champion for ages. Like, there's a chance that if it's in the Rumble, Sammy might get his hands on it. There's a chance Gunther might be a world champion on Saturday. There's a chance that, like, so many people, AJ Styles, Randy Orton, whoever's going to be in the Rumble, all these people, Big E could come back and win the Rumble and become world heavyweight champion. I mean, that's not going to happen, but you get my point. It's quite exciting. It's more exciting that he vacates than if he just goes, oh, I've got to go away for surgery, but I'll be back, and I'm not vacating the title. You go, okay, thanks, cool. Hope it goes well. You know, for me, it's a lot more juicy if he does vacate and then the Rumbles for the championship. So that's the direction I would look to go. But yeah, I mean, we said yesterday, and this is why we were chatting for 3 hours. There's so many directions you can go in. There's so many things that you can do. It's just about, what do you want? Which way do you want to go? What would you do? And that is going to be different for pretty much all of us. I'm sure there would be some agreement, but the vast majority of us, I think, would disagree as to which direction we should be going in. Right, I can tell you it is really, really close as well. Let me just put this on screen. I want to show you a poll. This is a poll that I did on X. Oh, and whilst we're talking about X, big thank you to everyone that keeps tagging me in really interesting, like, tweets they see, memes they see, bits of news from, I don't know, Sean Ross Sapp, or Crispy Wrestling seems to put up some interesting little bits and bobs. There's a few X users that I think put up some really good content, really interesting content. There's some that just, you know, put up the generic stuff, but then there's some that are like, you know, that was a really good spot, it tied back to this, or you this is the 5th week that Nikki has not been shown on screen. Do we think they've given up on her? Or I don't know. There's lots of different things that get mentioned, bits of news, reaction from wrestlers. If you see anything that you think would be good for the unseen videos, tag me in it, but quote tweet it. The reason why I say that is because I want you to get the credit. I will, if I can get to them, retweet them. So that is your tweet that I'm retweeting. But also, when I show it on screen, it will have your name attached to it as well. So not only do I get to see the information you're talking about, but it will also have your name at the top of it so that you get the credit for it. I'm not looking to send out the tweets myself, if you will, and whatever. I want you to get the credit for it. You're the ones that are finding it, going out there and seeing this interesting stuff. So quote tweeting is definitely the way forward. So if you do see anything interesting during the show on X, then quote tag me in it. At Wrestling Days YT, and then as I go through it after, I'll retweet bits out. But more than that, I'll try and bookmark the ones that I think are most relevant, or I think most interesting, or whatever, that work, and then I'll put it in the video. So we will do an unseen after Raw, and we will do one after Rumble as well. So what I wanted to show you was this as well. Look at this. Look, Hayden's got it. This is exactly what you do. You see something interesting, and then you quote tweet me in it, and you tag me in it. And
from a Chicago public school teacher named Chris Kowalski, and she says, "I'm to the right of Joey Dioria." Take a look.
That is CM Punk.
Oh, you stop that. That belongs to
that little kid there. Apparently the one that wins this competition. That is CM Punk. This was from Wrestling News, and it was yesterday. He won Don't Wake the Dragon. I wonder if he's still got that. And there he is with his hat on. It's a horrible image because obviously, this must be from the 1920s. But God, this is like a proper scary looking kids show. The kind of thing that I imagine was around in the 80s in America.
It's called Created.
And that is CM Punk on the Bozo Show 1986. He never really got a good. I don't know if they. There you go. There he is. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. Yes, he should have Bozo bring him out at WrestleMania. Imagine he's probably dead. This clown's probably dead. But if he was still alive, he should bring him out and put the little give him another Don't Wake the Dragon. Anyway, we asked the question, do you think Seth Rollins will vacate the World Heavyweight Championship tonight? 48.1% said yes. 51.9% said no. So, oh man, so close. That's brilliant, though, isn't it? Because if that was 90-10, I'd even wonder why I bothered doing the quiz or why I did the poll. But 48.1 to 51.9, so close. That that is exactly where we are. It really could go either which way. There was another. I'll show you. God, my X account is so good. There's Brady Luck with. Another Drew promo, which was very, very good. He was talking about, lots of different things, actually. He was talking about going to the Indies, reinventing himself, coming back. He was talking about Seth being a workhorse and how sometimes workhorses have to be put down if they run too hard. There was some really, really good stuff in that. What else we got? A few suggestions on booking. Here's Aaron. Look, if I was WWE, I would do everything to keep him. He is a big highlight of WWE right now. Drew still hasn't signed a new contract. That was 2 hours ago. If a new deal isn't reached, McIntyre would be free and clear to sign anywhere after WrestleMania 40. Do you know what, Aaron? Hold your nerve. Hold your nerve, Aaron. That's what I'm going to say, bud. Hold your nerve. because that's what he wants. He's trying to get money out of us. He's trying to get more money out of WWE, and he's stalling, and he's trying to make it. You know what? Nerves of steel. Nerves of steel. I ain't blinking first. Forget it. We're staring at each other, and neither of us are going to blink. If I'm WWE, I'm like, make your move. What do you want, hey? What do you want? What do you want? What's gonna get you to stay, Drew? And Drew's like, don't know. What are you offering? I'm like, I could play this game all day, Drew. I could play this game all day. See how you get on competing at Stardom, shall we? See if you like it over in Stardom. Yeah. Go. Tell me how Beyond Wrestling works out for you, Drew. Yeah. I'll wait. What do you mean, AEW? No, you're not allowed to go there. What do you mean they've offered you big money? Shut up, Drew. Yeah, no blinking. We ain't blinking first. Hold your nerve, Aaron. Hold your nerve. Fino One King. Fino. Let's call the whole thing off. I'm going to go Fino One King. Fino. I feel like that's Latin or something. Fino. Don't know. When was the last time the winner of the Rumble was crowned champion for a vacant title? I cannot find one, but I feel they have done it. Yeah, I don't know the last time, but I think 2016 happened. Well, it did happen. I remember it was just before 2017, but I think that was for the belts. I seem to recall Triple H winning and holding up the championship afterwards. And obviously 92. 92 is the one that is heralded as the greatest Royal Rumble, because that was for the actual belts, and it was just a who's who of Hall of Famers. I mean, everyone that was coming out was like, you know, Warrior, Slaughter, Mr. Perfect, Jake the Snake Roberts, Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair. Like, it was just madness, just like non-stop massive names. And it was, you know, commentary was Bobby and Gorilla, amazing. It was just all the ingredients were there to make it special, to make it arguably the greatest Royal Rumble. And I said this yesterday, I think there is an opportunity for this year's Rumble to be in that similar conversation. I can't quite go as far as to say it's going to be as great as 1992, but I think WWE have got an opportunity to have a Rumble that could be in the conversation for the greatest Rumble ever, because we are drowning in big names. We are drowning in people that either should have been champion over the past like few years but didn't get the opportunity, or are emerging as like title contenders. You know, you look at Finn Balor, you look at AJ Styles, you look at like Gunther, who's coming through. You know, the list got Randy Orton that's just come back. Cody's trying to finish his story. CM Punk is in the mix. You know, you can easily, I think, without breaking much of a sweat, come up with 15 names of that caliber. And I reckon then you might start going down like to a different level, like a slightly lower level. But to be honest, I think you could fill it out with really, really credible potential champions. Some of them you might be stretching it a little bit, like granted, but you know, your Sammys, your Kevin Owens, your Shinsuke Nakamura's, like there are so many people of that caliber. Your Drew McIntyres that we just spoke about. I think that, again, without breaking much of a sweat, you can really fill it up with a lot of real potential, and I think that you've got the ingredients for something special. I think the Rumble's going to be great anyway. It does go to a different level if the belt is the prize. So I'm excited to see what Seth's going to say. We are less than 2 hours, well, hour and a half away from it now. So, you know, we are getting closer and closer towards actually finding out what's going to happen. As I said, my prediction is he's going to vacate the belts. I don't know, though, if that means it goes in the Rumble, because they could put it in the Rumble, or they could make it available at Elimination Chamber, or they could put it in a tournament. But I just think he is definitely injured. We know that. He's definitely injured. He's definitely going to have to go away for a good few weeks, right? I think the bare minimum is 4 weeks, a month. And to be honest, I think that means he will miss Elimination Chamber, even if it's on the mild end of things, even if it's on the light end of things. I think it means he misses Elimination Chamber. And this is WrestleMania season. For someone to be the champion and be missing for that period of time is a problem. It's a problem that we don't have Roman around more. And I know people are going to say, yeah, well, Roman does it. Why can't Seth? Well, the reason why Seth can't is because the whole point, the whole reason why Seth's belt exists is because of Roman. Roman had negotiated himself into a position where he doesn't have to appear or defend as often as WWE would like. So when that new belt was unveiled, they said, we're doing this because of Roman negotiating himself into that position, and you deserve a champion. You deserve a championship that is going to be defended on a regular basis. So that's the difference. Like, you can't bring in this championship and unveil this championship and say, you know, Roman's negotiated himself into this position. You deserve a championship that's going to be defended, and then have it go away for 4, 5, 6 weeks during WrestleMania season. So I know a lot of people will go, well, Roman does it. Yeah, Roman's special, right? WWE have even told us this. His contract allows him to do that, but you can't have Roman doing that and Seth doing that, right? So that's why, if I'm a betting man, if I'm a guessing man, I'm going to go with he's going to vacate the belt tonight. I think he vacates. But again, you know as much as I know. You know as much as I know. I just think that it makes a lot of sense for him to do that. And certainly then, you know, if there are any complications, because you don't even know if the surgery is going to be a big success. We, you know, he's still got to go through that process. It's all well and good going, he's going to be out for 6 weeks. It might not actually go that way. So, you know, you've got this unknown. I think you can take away any unknowns. You can take away any problems. You can work with facts and have the belt on someone that's actually around, that's actually fit. And so, yeah, I am looking towards him potentially vacating it tonight. But as I said, that is not from any reports. That is just pure speculation. Pheno One King, shout out to you, my friend. Mitchell said, thanks for reposting my Pete Dunne idea. No, you're welcome. I'm really enjoying X. Probably more than I have in a long time, actually. It feels like I've probably been doing X wrong for a long time, if I'm going to be completely honest. I think the way that I've always done it is I've shared links on there, and I have retweeted the odd thing that I've seen that's interesting. If someone's ever asked a question or just gone, you know, what do you think about this? Just want to bounce some ideas around. I've responded or tried to, but I've always done it as a response, like, you know, just a response. This whole quote tweet thing now, I mean, it makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Because when you quote tweet it, my response goes onto my feed, which means it's going to be seen by more people, which then sparks more conversations. And so what's happening now is there's like several conversations going on from various posts that have gone up, and it's just, there's a lot more activity over there now. As I said, I think I've just been doing it wrong. And I think there's some really good ideas that get thrown around over there, and you know, people are interested in, like, you know, thinking about things from an angle they maybe haven't thought about. And you know, with me as well, there's plenty of ideas that get suggested on here, over there, of things that I've not thought about. So I think it's a really interesting like place, and I think that there's some really good stuff that's going on over there, and it's got pretty much nothing to do with me. It's all to do with the stuff that you lot are finding, the ideas that you're bringing. It's one of them, innit? I mean, as a community, we've known for a long time that we can, you know, achieve great stuff, and we have great ideas, and there's a lot of really good minds within the community, and you know, we just don't tap into that enough. We really don't. I think it makes these streams entertaining because so many people are bringing so many thoughts and we're chucking them around. And I think that's part of the success of the streams. But there's no reason as to why that can't play out over on X as well, you know, or ultimately, hopefully on other platforms eventually. But let me try and get the X plate spinning first. I've only just kind of started to, you know, find a way forward that's working with that. So, yeah, some really good stuff going on at the moment. 2024 didn't start off brilliant because I had a cold, but we're starting to get there as we're heading towards the Rumble. And the Rumble stream is set up as well. I would appreciate it, but no pressure. But I would appreciate it if people would just jump on whenever they get a chance to leave a like on that stream, because I know many of you will join us for that stream. Many of you I see joining us on a regular basis anyway. And, you know, when it comes to those big streams, we always try to get to 1,000 likes. We do that for UFC, and we normally get there, and it's normally around the main event. So if we could get like a heads up, if we could get a head start on that Rumble stream, get some likes on that before we've even got going, that'll give us a great head start. So yeah, if you are around, if you do get a moment, just jump over there, drop a like on it, done, and it just massively will help that stream as well. So very, very much appreciated. Tyler Hahn, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. You should have put a message. I would have read it. I would have. So Tyler, I hope you are enjoying the chat. And we're going to move on to Hasib, who's shouting at me. What's this? Why do you think top WWE stars consider leaving? There's not much outside to do. It's not like Kane leaving the Premier League for Bayern to compete for the Champions League or other titles. Connor wouldn't go to Bellator. Yeah, I mean, look, it is all about money, right? It's about money, and I think it's about enjoying your profession. So you're not wrong, right? I mean, why would you want to leave the biggest company, right? Well, there's only two reasons. One would be because somewhere else is going to give you more money, right? Because we know Tony has got money, right? Tony, apparently Okada got offered more to go to AEW than he did to go to WWE in the first offer. So, you know, we know money talks. The other one is like Edge, you know, Edge left WWE because they weren't able to give him what he wanted. I think if they'd have said, we'll give you a title run, world title run, we'll give you like full time, I think he would have stayed. But he was not going to get that from WWE. And so he's gone down a level, right? And I don't mean that in regards to quality. I just mean in regards to size of the brand, right? Because we know their biggest show is Dynamite. That doesn't get 900,000. Whereas WWE's biggest show is SmackDown that just posted 2.4 million, right? So it's not disrespectful. It's factual. They're not as big, right? Even Tony Khan would admit that. So he has gone down a level to a smaller company, but he's doing it because he is hoping that he's going to be used full time. He's going to be competing for the world title. He's going to be having exciting matchups as his career is starting to come to an end. And I think Drew is... I don't know what's motivating Drew, to be honest. I don't know if he's looking for money, or I don't know if he's looking for more opportunity. I'm sure he's looking for a world title. I don't doubt that. I think he had a taste of it at WrestleMania 36 and throughout 2020. I think he had a taste of it, and I think he wants more. And I think that he's probably... not wrong in that WWE just don't quite see that for him. I think they would give him another run, but I think it would be another run to keep him sweet. I don't know that they see another run in him as being particularly beneficial to the company. You know, they've got better options. That's the truth. There are better options than Drew to put a world title on. CM Punk being one. Cody Rhodes being one, right? There are other people that you can go with. And Drew is in the mix, but that's the problem. He's in the mix. And when is it going to get to the point where he is the person that they go with? When does it get to the point where they go, yeah, let's see what a Drew title run looks like? They could do it and they could get there, but I think that's what he wants. So I'm sure he wants money. That's probably not the biggest factor. It's probably opportunity. If Tony Khan goes, here's a load of money and I'll give you the AEW title, you can be the face of my company, and we'll see where that leads. You can understand why Drew would be like, that's interesting. That's interesting. I mean, yeah, I mean, the face of AEW, how is that equivalent to being in the mix for WWE? I mean, to me, I would say it is. I would say that being the face of AEW is the same as being in the mix for the world title for WWE, right? But if you've done that for a few years, and Drew has, at what point do you draw the line? At what point do you go, do you know what? I don't feel like I'm really getting anywhere. I don't feel like I'm progressing. I feel like I'm just kind of chasing my tail and I'm going round in circles. So at what point do you go, do you know what? I'm going to cash my chips in and I'm going to go and I'll be the face of that company. I'll go over there and I'll win the title over there. I think him to AEW is a viable option. I think it is an option. I think it is something that could happen, but I also think that he is just waiting for WWE to go, right, there's the money that we know you're looking for, and here's the contract that says that we'll give you a run as world champion. I think that's what he's putting the pressure on, hoping that he's going to get. It's down to what WWE want to do, though, as to whether they can commit to that or not, you know. If WWE don't feel that they can, because they've just got too many other options, then he may end up leaving. He may end up going. And I do think that would be a shame. I agree with Aaron in that, you know, he's a great person to have in the mix. And he's a great person that eventually you could put the world title on and give him a run with it. And he'd be very good and he'd be very credible. But unfortunately, we've got quite a few people that I feel the same way about. We've got quite a few people that I think are also worth having in the mix that I think also would be very good, very credible champions, and Drew is just one of them. So it's a difficult one. It's a really, really difficult one. Do you move mountains to keep him? Or do you allow him to leave and invest that money and that screen time elsewhere? Victoria, shout out to you, said Drew should have the title if Seth vacates. I agree with Stu. James said my fave rumbles are the 92, 2000 because of Triple H and the Cactus Jack street fight, Rumble 2016 Styles debut, and Rumble 2020 Edge's return. A. Jobson said I love all the Attitude Era rumbles. People ask me like what's like the best Rumble moments and everything, and there's been so many brilliant Rumble moments. I love things like Titus World Slide, which was at the greatest Royal Rumble, which I don't know whether that would technically count. It was classed as a Rumble, and it was a Rumble. It was the biggest Rumble. It was the greatest Rumble. So I feel like it does count, but it was not at one of the January Royal Rumbles. But I mean, that's a goated moment. But one that I just loved, and this was before going on to like social media, so I think the reaction now would be different. But I remember the Great Khali, I want to say it was like 2008. I remember the Great Khali just chopping all these people in the ring. The chops didn't look good, but he was just chopping all these people and they were just going down. He was just clearing house, man. The Great Khali, there was only one person left to come out. and it was the Great Khali just like destroying everyone that was in the ring. I remember Michael Cole going, who can stop this man? Who can stop this man? Who can stop the Great Khali? And, you know, back then I used to watch wrestling and really enjoy following wrestling. But what I didn't do so much back then is, I think, probably what a lot of wrestling fans didn't do so much back then. And that is spend hours and hours and hours thinking about it. So I would watch the shows. I would follow the stories. I would probably have a little think of like, oh yeah, that's definitely going to lead to that, or blah, blah, blah. And then I'd have to go to work, and I'd have to, like, you know, life would get in the way. And, you know, I might think about bits and bobs throughout the week, but not the, you know, I mean, we do 2 hours before Raw starts now. I wasn't sat there thinking for 2 hours before Raw started back in the 2000s, right? So to me, I wasn't really thinking in the same way that I think now. So when Michael Cole's going, who's going to stop the Great Khali? You're like, oh man, who is going to stop the Great Khali? Who is it going to be? And then at number 30 was The Undertaker. The gong sounds. Taker comes down. He looks like a badass. He just, you know what Undertaker's like with the smoke and everything. And you just, and I think as he's coming down, he's like fixing his gloves and everything. You're like, oh my God, there's going to be a murder. There's going to be a murder now. It was such a great moment. It really struck a chord with me. And for the longest time, I used to love going back and watching that. I used to love going back and watching that moment. Just, you know, when they get like the number 30 right, and it's just a real, oh yeah, this is cool, man. I remember that being an underrated Rumble moment, in my opinion. But as I said, Great Khali is not fondly remembered. Him chopping away, you know, the chops, even at the time I knew looked rubbish. But just really great the way that wrestling, because of it being scripted, because of it being pre-planned, it can create moments like that. The perfect person coming out at just the right time, setting up this great encounter. And yeah, even though, like, you know, Khali couldn't wrestle for toffee, it was a really, really good moment. So there's a few like that actually throughout the history of the Rumble where, you know, we've had some really good showdowns. I mean, Gunther Brock, the other year, they were face-to-face. Was it last year that they were in the ring face-to-face? And that was like oh my God. Because the Rumble gives you that, where tag teams can turn on each other, friends can turn on each other, and people from different brands can be face-to-face. You know, I mean, we saw Hogan Warrior face-to-face for the first time in a Rumble. So they were both in the ring at the same time, and it just got down to them two. And I can't remember the year. It's like 90, I think, actually, because I think the reason they did it is they wanted to see what the crowd reaction was going to be before they did them as the main event of WrestleMania 6. So that would be 90. So there's, you know, a moment in the Rumble in 1990 where them two are in the ring face to face. And again, you know, it's only really the Rumble that's going to provide you with that kind of a moment. And the crowd was so electric, it was just confirmation that is the right that is the direction we need to go. That is definitely the WrestleMania main event we need to do this year. We need Hogan Warrior. And it just confirmed that. And they did something similar as well with Bret and Lex Luger in 94, because they both got eliminated at the same time. And afterwards, one referee thought Bret had won, the other referee thought that Lex Luger had won. And so they were raising their hands really to see how big the cheers from the crowd were going to be. And so basically what you get is a popularity contest at the end of 1994 Royal Rumble. You got the wrong ref going, no, Bret's won. And so obviously the Bret fans are like, yeah. And then the other ref's like, no, it's Lex Luger. And then you can judge that the reaction wasn't as big. But again, that was done on purpose to try and gauge how popular both of these guys were, so that they could then figure out who should get the belt out of these two. You know, WWE have been in this position before where we've had two red hot baby faces, and we've sort of used the Rumble to figure out what direction should we go in. And, you know, we've kind of got that now with Cody and CM Punk. The only difference is I think they already know the direction they're going in, because I think The Rock is the curveball here, because they've actually got The Rock potentially ready to wrestle at WrestleMania as well. And if he is, that's probably the match they're going to go with. So even though CM Punk and Cody are both red hot, even though they're both baby faces and the crowd love them both, there's actually a third who's arguably even bigger, and they're probably going to end up going that way when it comes to the Roman storyline. So yeah, Rumble, it's more than just who wins. Way more. There's so much stuff that goes down at a Rumble. So much stuff. It's who eliminates who, those little face-to-face moments. Can someone make a save? Does someone eliminate someone from the outside? You know, someone maybe that's not even in the Rumble. Do they come in and just like eliminate them? Who eliminates Cody if Cody doesn't win? Because that could be Cody's next feud. If Cody doesn't win and he gets eliminated by, say, Shinsuke or something, you know? Does Gunther eliminate Brock? Does Brock eliminate Gunther? Does that set up a feud? Like, it's not just about the winner, and that's why it's not the only reason, but it's one of the reasons why the Royal Rumble is just so beloved, because there's just so much that comes out of it. I feel like if you were going to try and do a breakdown show for a Rumble, I mean, it's going to take hours. It's going to take ages, because there's, like, so much stuff matters. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Said lots of fun stuff. Keep doing a great job, Miss Clown. Appreciate the support, but I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we are getting closer. We're only an hour and 9 minutes away now from getting over towards the start of the show, which we know is going to be Seth Rollins. Cynthia, shout out to you. Cynthia, do you know what? Your super chat for some reason has not gone into the super chat column. So it's only because I can see it at the top that it's there. So I don't quite understand that. So there is clearly a glitch in the system. But I really, really appreciate the support, and I need to read it quick, because I think it's going to go in a second. Days, do you think Priest will come out during Seth's announcement and try to cash in, or do you think he waits until the Rumble? Cynthia, shout out to you. As I said, really, really appreciate the support, and I'm sorry I didn't get to your message sooner, but it is not showing. That I've got a couple of tabs that I can change. It shows me the live chat, and it shows me now the super chats. And as I said, it's been such a welcome addition, because you know what I'm like, I always miss them. I don't get the chance to get to them at the time, so to have them all listed there has been brilliant. But yours for some reason has not gone to that tab. It's not showing. I've got all the previous ones, the couple from DEF CON, Pheno One King, Mitchell, Tyler, Miss Clown, but not yours, and that makes me worried I might miss some others. So a glitch in the system on YouTube, but thankfully one that we got to yours before it disappeared. So to answer your question, do I think that he cashes in? I'm going to say no. I know that DEF CON Prime thinks yes, right? I'm gonna say no. The reason why I'm gonna say no is because Seth is gonna stand in the ring with a microphone, and he's going to tell us whether he's got to vacate it or not, right? So I think Damian could come out, right? I think he could come out at that point thinking that there's maybe an opportunity. But what's the plan? He's injured, Seth's injured. So what's the plan? Are Judgment Day going to jump him? And then Damian's just going to pin and beat him? That lacks the excitement to me of You know when there's a championship match and both guys are down in the ring and the camera cuts and, oh my God, it's Damian coming down to the ring now. He's going to choose now. Like, you know, that moment of like surprise, like we're watching one thing and now all of a sudden, oh my God, here comes Damian, here comes the cash in, right? I sort of feel like Seth standing there with a microphone saying that he's going to have to vacate the title or whatever, and Damian starts walking his way down. That Seth isn't in enough peril. I know he's injured and I know he's going to really struggle to have a match. I get all of this, but I don't know that it's going to hit the same. I don't know that it's going to feel the same as someone coming down mid-match. So I think Damian could make his presence felt, because I think he should, because this is an opportunity. You know, there is a champion in the ring saying that he is going to have to vacate the title, right? Or at least we think it's going to go that way. I'm leaning it more towards being that way. So he's saying, like, you know, I think that I'm gonna have to vacate it. So of course he can see an opportunity, but I think that someone should come to Seth's aid, or Adam Pearce should come out and say the title is now officially vacated, so you can't actually cash in right now because there's no champion. The belt, it doesn't have a champion, so you can't cash in on it. The way we're going to decide this is in the Rumble. Perhaps we do get like a bit. I wonder if Damian comes out, because I could see him coming out, right? The thing I can't see is him successfully cashing him, but I could see him coming out. I wonder if Damian comes out, starts beating up on Seth, because in his mind he's thinking, I'm going to now cash this in. And then Adam Pearce comes out, and Adam Pearce says, this ain't going to go down this way. Seth has already vacated this title. I spoke to him before Raw began. So right now you are just beating up on someone that has already vacated the championship. Meaning if you beat them, they are not the champion. So this is how we're going to decide this. This Saturday at the Royal Rumble. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe they use it as a vehicle for Adam Pearce to make that announcement. To say to Damian, I see what you're trying to do. You're just a little bit too late. This Saturday at the Royal Rumble, that championship will be on the line. Or, you know, however it is that they get there. I could totally see that. Totally see that. I think Damian should come out at this point. I haven't got a problem with that, because he is seeing an opportunity. There is a champion that is wounded, that is injured. He can sense that he could beat him. But I just don't know that it would be a very satisfying cash-in. Seth just standing there saying, I'm injured. Damian comes down. Judgment Day beats Seth and he cashes in and we got a new champion. Yeah, I've said before, I would much rather that we put it in the Rumble. I think the idea of 30 people battling to become champion in the Rumble is a lot more interesting to me. That, you know, I love the idea of like... you know, on Sunday, this time on Sunday, I don't know who the champ would be. I don't know who it would be. It could be one of 30 guys, and they haven't even announced that many people in the Rumble, to be honest. Normally at this time, they've announced loads of names. I was looking at this when I did the prediction videos, and a big thank you to people that checked the prediction videos out. I've got the screen thing here for Wikipedia. Gobbledygooker return, said Miss Clown. Here's the lineup. That's it. We got less than a week to go, and these are the only announced names so far. This is very different to how it normally is, because normally we've had the vast majority announced by now, and that's always been a bit of a frustration for people in the past. They've always said, I don't want to know who's in the Rumble, which I do understand. I think, to be honest, the reason why they do it is because they don't want you to be thinking that it's just going to be endless surprises, you know? Announcing, say, 25 people, leaving 5 potential surprises. I think that's all right, to be honest. I know some will disagree, but you're not going to get, like, 20 surprises. you're gonna get a few surprises and a few returns. So is it a problem to announce the people that are going to be in it? It's going to be all the names we expect. We know what the roster looks like. So it's going to be the big names from the roster that are available that will be in the Rumble. And then you're going to have, 5 people that are either returning or are the odd legend, the odd surprise, the odd celebrity, although that's quite rare, but it has been done, Johnny Knoxville. So, I think this is a different approach. I think they've seen the fans were a bit frustrated with it being announced, and that's fine. I get it. I was never a big fan. I just didn't massively mind. And so how many is it now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 names there for the guys. So Cody, CM Punk, Shinsuke, Bobby, Drew, Gunther, Chad Gable, Otis, and Akira Tozawa. I think it's a bit of a shame that they've put all of Alpha Academy in, because if you look at these names, Cody, Punk, Shinsuke, Bobby, Drew, Gunther, any of them could be a world champion. Chad, you could put him in. There's a lot of respect for Chad Gable. A lot of people thinking he'll end or could end Gunther's Intercontinental title reign. So there's a lot of respect for Chad Gable. But if this is to be for the World Championship, I don't think he's got much chance of winning. And I feel the same really about Otis as well. Definitely Akira Tozawa is not a name I would put in, unless you've got a fun spot planned for him. But then saying that, if you've got a fun spot planned for someone, why not just use R-Truth? Put R-Truth in. If you've got a fun spot that you wanna do. I think, as I said, there's a real opportunity to make this something special. I think you could put 30 names in there that are very, very credible winners. So I'm just not sure about the Alpha Academy bit at the bottom, but there's a good start in it. These ones at the top. And then in regards to the women, we've got even less that have been announced. So we've got Bayley, Nia, Becky, Bianca, and Maxine Dupri. Again, I don't know about Maxine Dupri, but Bayley, Nia, Becky, Bianca, all perfectly capable of winning a Royal Rumble. All of those. So, yeah, they've kept it quite quiet on the announcement front, which is a little change from the past. So, Cynthia, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, and a big shout out as well to Bam Zero. Appreciate it. This is let's celebrate their 5th super chat live on stream. It's a new thing, that, innit? It tells you how many times people have sent in super chats. I wonder how many times it counts up to. Don't know. I know Fino One King, that was Fino's first super chat, and it says this is the 5th for 0. So I don't know what number it goes up to, but appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Zero said, do you think Roman pulls double duty at Mania, night 1 against Cody, night 2 against The Rock, now that Seth is probably injured? I'm going to say no. We've wrestled with this and debated this. I remember Wrestle with Andy brought this up quite a while ago now about Roman doing both nights. I think that the problem you've got is that first of all, Roman would have to wrestle twice, and that's not a big problem, but you do always run the risk of injury. So if he gets injured on night 1, it completely derails night 2, right? And that's obviously a massive problem. I don't know that WWE would want to run that risk if they don't have to run that risk. The other thing as well is clearly Roman is going to get more attention. It's just, that is getting casual fans to tune in that don't normally tune in. People will watch The Rock compete in a wrestling ring one more time, maybe for the final time, at WrestleMania. People will watch that don't normally watch wrestling. It's one of the reasons why you book the match, because it's going to get attention. It's going to get news coverage. It's going to... We've already seen how it plays on social media. I mean, if the guy sneezes, he gets like 100 million views. So that is gonna potentially overshadow the Cody Roman match as well. It's going to potentially overshadow that. So, I mean, if you did Rock Roman night 1 and got people to tune into night 1 and then promoted the hell out of Don't Miss Tomorrow, Roman defends that championship against Cody. Maybe night 1 is not for the title. Perhaps Rock Roman is not for the title. But night 2 is. Because if you made night 1 for the title, then that would mean that Rock might win it, and we might end up with Rock versus Cody. And I don't think people are going to believe that that's going to happen, right? I don't think anyone's going to believe that Rock's going to wrestle twice. So you might have to make a stipulation as well that the belt's not on the line if you do it both nights. Because I really don't think anyone's going to believe Rock will do twice. There's no way they'd have Rock wrestle twice. Last time he wrestled at WrestleMania 29, he like ripped all his pectoral muscle, completely injured himself because his body's not used to the bumps, not used to the grind, and that was 11 years ago. That was Rock's body 11 years ago. What's it going to be like now? It's going to break down. He's going to need one hell of a recovery after. This has always been part of the problem, is the fact that it's not just about have I got WrestleMania free. It's have I got the months leading up to WrestleMania free so I can put the work in, and have I got the potential time after for if my body is destroyed? Because if he's got any kind of film project straight after WrestleMania, there is no guarantee he's going to be in any sort of shape to get to it. And this is a lesson he learned last time at WrestleMania 29. He was completely cooked, completely like battered after that match. And as we said, that was 11 years ago. So I think there's a few problems with doing like both nights, night 1 and night 2. There's potentially ways around those, as we said. Maybe if night 1 isn't for the title, and maybe if we just keep our fingers crossed and that Roman definitely does make it through all right. The only thing I would say is if Roman has to wrestle twice, surely Cody has to wrestle twice, because it's not very fair of Roman having a grueling match with The Rock on the Saturday and then having to defend his belt on the Sunday if Cody has not had to wrestle on the Saturday. That people won't, I don't think people will view that as a level playing field. So that means Cody is also going to have to wrestle on the Saturday, and you then run the risk of him getting injured on the Saturday to then be able to compete on the Sunday. And so then you're running that problem twice as well. So, and, you know, you could do Randy Cody on the Saturday and then do Cody Roman on the Sunday, and you could do Rock Roman on the Saturday, and then you could do Roman Cody on the Sunday. Like, these things are possible, but there are issues with them, with doing it as well. The cleaner way might just be to do Roman Rock at WrestleMania, Roman Cody at SummerSlam. And I've said before, I think that's only a problem if you make it a problem. I think if people think that SummerSlam is not a big enough show for Cody to complete his story, well, then it becomes a show that's not big enough for that. But if you believe and make it a show that is big enough, then it is big enough. Like, SummerSlam is a massive show. It's a stadium show. It's the party of the summer. It's going to be 60-odd thousand. It's a big show, right? It's one of their biggest shows. Is it WrestleMania? No, it's not WrestleMania, but it's still one of their biggest shows. And to me, there have been some massive SummerSlam moments. Absolutely huge. Like, the history of SummerSlam is very rich, and it's not a B show. It's far from a B show. It is absolutely an A show. It's up there with Rumble. Granted, it is that step below WrestleMania, but everything is going to be that step below WrestleMania. But why does everything have to happen at WrestleMania? Like, we do have other shows that need big moments. So to me, SummerSlam would be acceptable, because I think we need to change this mentality of SummerSlam not being good enough. We need to change this mentality that SummerSlam is not big enough of a show. Like, I want to be excited for SummerSlam, that anything can happen. I don't want to go into SummerSlam thinking, nah, they won't do that. They'll only do that at WrestleMania. I don't want that. I want to go into shows thinking anything can happen, you know? Even for, like, B shows, I wish that they were treated better as well, you know? It's great that Elimination Chamber's coming from a stadium in Australia, because all of a sudden now you start looking at that a little different. If that was a 20,000 arena in the USA, you might think, oh, okay, right, yeah, well, we know the kind of thing that's going to be. But what are they going to do for a 60,000 stadium in Australia? Like a place they don't go to very often. Like, you'd think they're going to pull a few stops out for that, wouldn't you? So all of a sudden now, Elimination Chamber doesn't feel quite as B-showy. It feels a little bit bigger and a bit more like anything can happen. So I honestly, and that was my argument about Rock Roman. I said, you know, Rock Roman, if you did it at Elimination Chamber, that's 60,000 people. It's a stadium show. If you are adamant that has to be at WrestleMania, well, then it has to be at WrestleMania. There's nothing you can do. But I'm a bit more into the idea of making other shows feel huge. Making, like, let's not just put everything into Mania. I really think that's a problem. We could have done Jimmy against Jay, you know? We didn't have to spin our wheels with just endless weeks of Judgment Day. Like, I'm sure we could have split Finn and Damian up by now. We didn't have to keep spinning those wheels. Like, Bailey leaving Damage Control. I'm sure we could have done that already as well. Like, it feels like we spin our wheels a little bit too long because we're trying to get to WrestleMania. And that is definitely something that I would like to see end. I would like to see it be a case where stories don't feel like they're stuck in a bit of a Groundhog Day, or we don't get, like, you know, we get rid of some of the repetition, because it does feel at times like we're just trying to kill a bit of time so that we can get to the next big show, so we can get certainly to WrestleMania season, when I think we can pull the trigger on some of these stories a bit quicker. Not too quick. One of the strengths of WWE is the fact they do let stories play out. You know, there's a lot of stories that are going on at the moment, as we've just said. You know, who's going to beat Gunther? Who's going to beat Roman Reigns? Will Cody get to finish his story? You know, the Bailey leaving Damage Control. Like, there's quite a few stories that are playing out at the moment. And that's good. It's good that they're investing in long-term storytelling. But I think we can all agree there are times where the stories just feel like they're getting stuck in a bit of a loop. Yes, I'm looking at that Judgment Day story. That's the one I'm thinking about, where it was just felt like we were getting Kevin Owens, Sammy against, like, you know, Finn and Damian. We were getting Cody against Dominic, and it was just week after week after week after week after week after week. And it was really because we were just trying to get through to Survivor Series. We were trying to get through to War Games. I would like to see some of that kind of go away, and let's get to some of these matches, and let's start treating the pay-per-view shows as pay-per-view shows. Do you know what? This, I mean, I'm going to finish on this topic, so I want to get some other stuff, but this, I think, is the curse. I'm going to call it the curse of the WWE network, because all of a sudden now, the network's amazing. It's goated. I love it. Never change, right? But all of a sudden now, they don't need to convince you to spend $50 on a show to tune into it. It doesn't matter anymore. Like, because you're just paying $9.99 and you're just getting every show, right? So why do they need to build up the shows? Why do they need to worry about such and such show being big? Why do they need to worry about, like, you know, building up Elimination Chamber, building up Hell in a Cell, building up Fastlane? Like, yeah, you want the cards to be good, but they don't have to go out their way anymore to really get you to part with your money, because they're not asking you for your money anymore. They're asking you for $9.99 every month. They want $9.99 out of you. And to be honest, you're probably going to spend that just, you know, to keep up with the programming. Like, they don't need to go above and beyond. So I would say it's the curse of the WWE network. I think when we were doing $50 pay-per-views, they had to put a bit more effort into those B shows, into those other shows to get your hard-earned money, you know? Whereas now it's just everyone spends $9.99 and we can just sort of drift our way along, bob our way along. But what's good is that Triple H is not drifting too much. There's a bit of drifting. But we are definitely seeing a much more engaging, exciting product. You know, it's undeniable we're in a better place right now than we were 2 years ago. You know, much better place. And nothing even to do with the pandemic, just the booking is just a lot more exciting. There's a lot more moving parts. There's a lot more stories being told. Feels like the roster's a bit more vibrant. If there is an improved morale backstage, I think that has now shown itself, or starting to show itself, on camera, because there just feels like there's an excitement. There feels like a buzz. There feels like it's quite engaging at the moment. WWE is in a great place at the start of 2024. And I suppose the exciting thing is, as we get to WrestleMania, feels like it's going to get even better. My hope is that as we continue to get to SummerSlam, that continues as well. But this is my point. If you do Roman Cody at SummerSlam, that should not be seen as a bad thing, because WrestleMania is going to come and go. And then we're all going to be sitting here building towards SummerSlam, and we're going to want something juicy for SummerSlam. So if you do rock Roman at WrestleMania, where are we? Where are we? Where are we? There we go. That should be better. That should be strong. Tony Dreads. Hope you're well, my friend. Let's celebrate Tony's first super chat. Tony, appreciate it. Tony said, Days. I just told Cody Punk it would be better if they drop out of the Rumble and go one-on-one for the vacant belt at Mania, Night 1 main event. So what, you would go that way, would you? You would have Cody CM Punk battle for the vacant title, Night 1 of WrestleMania. Okay, couple of problems with that. First one would be, if Seth vacates it tonight because of injury, you're not going to crown a new champion until the start of April. So that means 2 months without a champion around, which then begs the question, why have Seth vacate it anyway? Because if he is going to be gone for like that period of time, he might as well just keep the belt, because you're not actually going to crown a new champion until WrestleMania. I think if the argument was have them drop out the Rumble and compete at the Rumble to crown the new champion, like in a match away from the Rumble, that would make a bit more sense, because then you're not waiting, like, you know, all the way till WrestleMania. So I could get on board with that. The other problem you've got is that these two are big baby faces, and it's going to split the crowd. Tonight's segment is going to be very interesting, because some of the crowd are going to be with Punk and some of the crowd are going to be with Cody. It's going to make for a really engaging segment. But I think when Cody wins a world title, I think you really do want everyone to be on the same page. I think you really do want everyone to be behind him. I think you want everyone to be like cheering him on, like rooting for him to get that win. And I think if you put him in a ring with CM Punk, there's no guarantee that's what people's reactions are going to be. So there's a couple of problems with going that way. I suppose famously, everyone points to Hogan and Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 6 as being like the fact that you can do two baby faces going up against each other. You can split the crowd and it works and it's fine. And do you know what? You're not wrong, all right? You're not wrong. You absolutely can do it. I suppose because winning a title, a world title, has never been done by a Rhodes, would it be right to put Cody in that position? Would it be right for him to be battling away? And you know what? I think we are going to have to drop the quality. I know. Hang on. I know. Let's go. Let's go, baby. I dropped the quality. Yeah. we're 720p in right now. Okay, hopefully that holds a bit better. We have been having like a bad weather in the UK. I don't know if that's causing a bit of disruption tonight. We've dropped the quality down. We've dropped the settings down. Hopefully that's going to hold a little bit better. I'll keep an eye on it, but yeah, just know that there could be a few little issues. So yeah, I don't know what got picked up with what we were saying before. I love the suggestion from Tony, but as we said, if you did Cody CM Punk for the title, you're gonna split the crowds. Is it right that you put Cody in that position, considering a Rhodes has never won a world title before? The other thing as well, and it makes me nervous, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what Cody says about this. I'm nervous about Cody being around that World Heavyweight Championship to begin with, because there is the story is a little bit confusing, to be honest. He keeps talking about finish the story. Well, if you want to know where the story is, it is in a promo on the Raw after WrestleMania 38. So if you go back on the network, go back to the Raw after Mania of 2020. Right, let's try this. Looks like we are getting battered here. This is certainly not the week we wanted this to happen. But I'm fortunate in that I've got a few routers that I can switch over to. Oh, I'll tell you what, Tony, it's just not going to let me answer this question in the level of detail that I would like to. I would say you can go that way, but there's a few issues with it. And I don't know if Cody competing for the title, his first world title, splitting the crowds, and also it being for that stupid World Heavyweight Championship, which I know is important, but it's not the belt Cody needs. Cody needs the one Roman's got, because that's the one his dad competed for. We've touched on it quite a few times. I'm sure there's plenty of people bored of hearing me talk about this, but I like the point from Tony. I wanted to flesh it out. I wanted to chuck it around, but my Wi-Fi won't let me. So, Tony, shout out to you. I hope that gives you, like, you know, something to chew over. Muse0042 said, started watching around the Rumble time last year. Looking forward to another fun year, said Muse0042. Shout out to you, buds. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it's brilliant. We have so many people with just so many ideas. I think, you know, what we pride ourselves on here, or what I pride ourselves on here, is I don't claim to know anything, right? I don't claim to have the answers. All I have is my perspective, the same as everyone has their perspective as to what WWE could do, or potentially what I'd like to see them do. And that's just been built up over watching wrestling for 30 years. I've been watching since the early 90s. And, you know, as a result, we've got a catalogue of examples that we can kind of dig into for certain bits and bobs. But yeah, my perspective is, it doesn't mean anything, clearly. I think what makes the streams fun, engaging, is the fact that, as we said, you know, there's so many people that join us that have so many good ideas, and there's so many different perspectives that we can sort of take those and chuck them around and go, well, would that work? If it's not going to work, why do we think it's not going to work? And could they go that way? And if they did go that way, what would that lead to? And I think it just kind of makes you think about things makes me think about things in a different way. So yeah, I love it. And I said yesterday, I'm so pleased that this has not been ruined by the dirt sheets, because the dirt sheets easily could have put out information about what Seth's going to say, and easily could have told us in advance. Well, I say easily, but historically, this kind of thing has leaked. So far, I don't know. The fact I'm sat here and there's 36 minutes to go, and I genuinely do not know what Seth is going to say, that is fascinating. That is amazing. That is engaging, engrossing, captivating. I cannot. This is unmissable. I said it yesterday and I stand by it. This week's Raw is unmissable because it changes WrestleMania season. He might be about to vacate the title. It might be about to be put in the Rumble, or he might keep a hold of it, right? And he might be back just before WrestleMania, or they might put it in the chamber to make Elimination Chamber bigger. You know, Adam Pearce could come out and say, you know, right, so Seth's had to vacate, but the Rumble will be winner, will go on to main event WrestleMania, and we will crown the new World Heavyweight Champion inside Elimination Chamber. I don't know why they would want to wait, to be honest. It does feel like if he's going to vacate, the Rumble is right there. You know, you've got this tournament to try and figure out who the number one contender is. And that is what the Royal Rumble is. It figures out who is the number one contender, who should challenge for a world championship at WrestleMania. So if you've got this device, this match type, which can establish who the number one contender is, it just seems like a no-brainer that that's the device you use to figure out who the new champion should be. So if he does vacate, I'd be feeling very confident that they will crown the winner in the Rumble, to be honest. But, again, they might want to go a different way. They might want to, you know, come up with a tournament or something instead. But why would you run a tournament when you've already got a tournament that's kind of happening, which is the Royal Rumble? Like you've already got this match that is designed to find a winner. Just change the prize. So I really think if he vacates, it goes in the Rumble. I really think that's the direction that they will go in. But with 34 minutes to go, I don't even know if he's vacating. So I just hope it does not leak. I just really don't want the information to get out. I want to enjoy this moment with you guys and how brilliant it hasn't so far. So, Muse, shout out to you, my friend. I'm really grateful that you join us, as with everyone. I know there's many of you that lurk in the shadows. We've said before, these streams tend to, on a very consistent basis, get around about 10,000 views. There ain't 10,000 people that are commenting in the chat, and we get that number week after week after week after week after week, and it's always around the same number as well. So it doesn't strike me as a coincidence. So I know there's many people, and to be honest, I would do the exact same. I would also be not commenting. In fact, I don't really comment whenever I'm on Tommy's streams because I have it in the background doing work, doing bits and bobs. So yeah, I would be that way as well. So a big shout out to everyone in the chat, everyone that provides questions and thoughts and, you know, chucks ideas around. But a big shout out to the silent majority, because I think there's more people in this community that don't talk than do talk. And that's an interesting thought, isn't it? That's an interesting thought. Tony said, Australian in and Rick split it in the crowd, and it worked. HBK and Brett split the crowds. Omega and Moxley split the crowds. What is your opinion on what they should do with Punk now? Yeah, you're right about them splitting the crowds. As we said, it's happened before. The question is, though, should you do it for Cody? Because each one of those is its own different situation. Cody has got this big story of, like, you know, finishing the story. I don't know if you saw the video game advert that came out earlier. It's just loads of people, different superstars, talking about finishing their story. The whole thing is based on Cody's story. So Cody's story is such a massive part of just WWE now. Finishing the story has took on a life of its own. It's a catchphrase within itself. So this is a very different situation to a lot of those other situations. This is one of the most recognizable wrestling families, the Rhodes family, Dusty Rhodes, Dustin Rhodes, Cody Rhodes, the Rhodes family, that have never won a WWE World title. They've never won one. Dusty never did it. Goldust never did it. Cody has yet to do it. I'm not telling anyone people that, I'm not saying things people don't know, right? But the point I'm making is, it has been done before. two baby faces going up against each other. But is this the right situation to do it again? Is Cody trying to win the first world title that a Rhodes family member has ever won? Wouldn't you rather that he tries to do it against a monster heel where the whole crowd are rooting him on? Go on, do it for your dad. Do it for the Rhodes family. It would feel like this. It would feel like this isn't the right time, the right situation. I think you can absolutely put him in face versus face matches, but I think we need to get like this story done first, and we can look to do that with him maybe further down the road. So I don't think I would book that. The other thing as well is, and I was trying to say this as the Wi-Fi kept crashing. Thankfully, it seems to be a bit more stable now since we dropped the quality. This World Heavyweight Championship makes me nervous around Cody because the story, and I am going to tell it quick, the story is that Dusty tried to win the WWE Championship. He won the match against superstar Billy Graham, but he won by countouts. And so that meant there's a picture in Cody's house of his dad holding the World Heavyweight Championship, the WWE Championship. And he said, I didn't know that you was like Hulk Hogan. And Dusty had to explain, I'm not, because Hogan won the belt and got to keep it. I won the match, but I didn't get to keep the belt. I won by count out. So Cody said in that moment at the age of 8, he knew he wanted to win that belt and hand it to his dad, right? That's the story that needs to be finished. So the problem is this World Heavyweight Championship that Seth's got, that ain't the belt that Dusty tried to win. The belt that Dusty tried to win is the WWE Championship, which in 2024 is symbolized through the Undisputed Championship that Roman's got. So Cody competing for this World Heavyweight Championship just makes me nervous, because if he wins this, it is going to be the first world title that a Rhodes has got, right? It is going to be the first world title. That's undisputed. The first world title in WWE that a Rhodes family has got, right? But it doesn't finish the story. The problem is, though, does it actually take away from that moment of when he tries to finish the story? Do you know what I mean? Like, all of a sudden, are people going to be like, go on, Cody? Are they going to really urge him and root for him as passionately as they would if he's already won a World Heavyweight Championship in WWE? Like, does that take some of the magic away? Does it eliminate some of the magic? So anything to do with Cody being around this World Heavyweight Championship makes me nervous. Like, I think you've got to really be careful in the booking of this, because I wouldn't have him anywhere near it, to be honest. And this is why his promo tonight is going to be so interesting, because he has got to find a way. If Seth says, I'm vacating, and the winner of the Rumble gets the belt, Cody is going to have to cut a promo tonight that is going to have to make out that he wants this World Heavyweight Championship, but I think he's also going to have to point out that that's not the end of the story. He's already hinted in interviews that this belt doesn't finish the story, right? And I think that you run the risk of the whole story and everything getting really confused as well. To me, keep him away from it. Keep him away from it. He can go in the Rumble and he can say, listen, I won a world title. No Rhodes has ever won a world title. This shows that I belong. This shows that we are moving forwards. Like, he can say something of that line, something of that ilk, but he don't win the Rumble. He gets eliminated and he doesn't win the Rumble, right? CM Punk can have the belt. Gunther can have the belt. I don't know. Sammy can have the belt. I'd love Sammy to have the belt. But yeah, Cody, I don't want Cody to win the belt. So, do you know, it's funny. CM Punk versus Cody I don't know whose side I would be on, but if it was for the World Heavyweight Championship, I would be firmly in CM Punk's camp, because I just wouldn't want Cody having that belt. The belt Cody needs is the one that Roman's got. It's the undisputed WWE Championship. That's the one that Cody needs. So I think I think it'll be very, very interesting as to what they decide to do. If Seth has to vacate. As I said before, my gut feeling is that they'll put it in the Rumble, because it is this device to find the new number one contender. It is this big battle. 30 people competing to get whittled down to the last one, right? The king of the mountain, whatever. And so just change the price. It just seems like a no-brainer. It's this Saturday. You want people to tune into it anyway. This will clearly boost viewership. It just seems like a no-brainer. That would be how you would book it. So I would be surprised if they go CM Punk Cody. But as we keep saying, like with Def Con's suggestion earlier about Damian cashing in on Seth, it's an option that's on the table. It absolutely is. It absolutely is an option on the table. They could absolutely make a match between Cody and CM Punk and put that belt on the line. Of course they could. Triple H can do anything he wants, really. So absolutely they could do that. It's not the direction I would go for the reasons that I've given, but that is just what is making this so engaging, so interesting. They could do it. They could have Damian cash in and he could leave as champ tonight. They could have Cody CM Punk compete for it at the Rumble, and the winner of the Rumble still goes on to just main event WrestleMania, as is usually the prize. They could do that. There's so many different directions. Again, with how long to go now? 24 minutes. We still don't even know if Seth's going to vacate. So we're coming up with all these suggestions. Seth could even come out and go, listen, guys, I've got to go away for a few weeks, but I am going to remain your champion. And then all of a sudden we'll be like, oh, man, we just wasted 2 hours. Oh, my God. I spoke on this subject 3 hours yesterday. We've done 2 hours today. I've wasted 5 hours of my life. Oh, Jesus. So we'll find out. So, Tony, appreciate it, man. What was the other bit, though? What should they do with Punk? Well, I think if he does vacate, I've got Punk winning the Rumble. And I think if they do vacate, I think you could have Punk win. I said before, and I still stand by it, there are so many different ways you can go with this, right? So many different ways you can go. You have to just decide what you want. Don't worry about trying to guess what WWE are going to do, right? Don't worry about it. Because it's close to impossible to figure out what they're going to do. There's so many moving parts. You'd have to be right on every single aspect. You'd have to be correct about if they're doing Rock Roman. You'd have to be correct about who wins the Rumble. You'd have to be correct about if Seth's going to vacate. You'd have to be correct about if the belt then gets put in the Rumble, or if there's going to be a tournament, or blah, 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 blah. There are so many things that you would have to be correct on. I think you would actually drive yourself insane if you was trying to guess what they're going to do. I think the best way of doing it, if you want to do that, is just do it a step at a time. So I'm going to say my prediction is Seth does vacate the belt tonight, and I think the belt is made available in the Rumble. I could be wrong on that, and I would be wrong straight away. So there's no point me really going further down the line of trying to predict what comes after that if I'm already going to stumble at the first fence. So I would say if you want to do that, do it a step at a time. I think the more enjoyable thing to do is to think about what you would like, and start from WrestleMania and work backwards. So, if Seth is out and is injured, what would you want to happen with the world title? Because I think what I would like is, if I could choose anything, I would choose to do CM Punk versus Gunther night 1, and I would do Cody Roman night 2, and I would have 2 brand new world champions coming out of WrestleMania. I would have a whole new landscape in WWE. Roman would go away, and then when he comes back at SummerSlam, I think I'd do the Rock Roman match there. If I could do anything I want, I would look to do Rock Roman at SummerSlam. It just goes back to what I said. SummerSlam is only as big a show as you make it, right? So for me, Rock Roman there is absolutely fine. Exactly what I said earlier with them doing Roman Cody there, and I'd be fine with that. Equally, I would be fine with Rock Roman at SummerSlam. To me, SummerSlam is a massive show. It deserves respect. Once we're past WrestleMania, the next big show, you could say Money in the Bank, but really the WrestleMania of the summer is SummerSlam. So something like Rock Roman being there, I have no issue with. Roman Cody being there, I have no issue with. So I would do Cody Roman at WrestleMania. I think for me, it's the more satisfying story. We've spoken detail about that. Night 1, though, I would do CM Punk Gunther. First of all, I think it's a banging match. I think it's an amazing match. I also think CM Punk deserves to main event WrestleMania. I think that this is something he's actually come back for. I will be shocked if CM Punk doesn't main event Night 1. So I know a lot of people might say Rhea Becky, or might have a different opponent planned for CM Punk. For me personally, if I can pick anyone, all my chips are going in on the Ring General, right? The Ring General, I am all in on Gunther. What more does this guy have to do to prove how much, is he the next Brock? He could be. Not the next Brock in regards to, built like, he is and like, but I mean the next Brock in the sense of monster heel that wrecks people, right? Doesn't have to look like Brock. He's got a decent size and he's working on his physique. Clearly, he is not built the same as Brock. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, though, if you look at the landscape, where is that next monster heel? Where is, and credible as well. He is now the longest reigning intercontinental champion of all time. So I look at him as someone that should be around WrestleMania main events for many, many years to come. I look at him as someone that should be a no-brainer when it comes to the title picture. Someone that should be a multiple-time world champion. We have to start that push at some point. We have to pull the trigger at some point. He's been Intercontinental Champion long enough. I'm a big Gunther fan. I'm all in on Gunther. I think the match is amazing. It keeps CM Punk in the main event. So I think what I would do is I would have CM Punk win the Rumble, and then I would have him go to WrestleMania to defend it against a big challenger. And that big challenger for me would be Gunther. And I would have CM Punk lose. CM Punk would lose his title to Gunther. And of course, we would look to get CM Punk back to a world title further down the road. But what a moment that would be for Gunther to get a win in the main event against someone of the caliber of CM Punk would be huge for him. We've already given him the longest reigning intercontinental title run. So we need to now we need to up the ante. We need to go bigger than that. We've given him the longest intercontinental title run. So what do we do now? At the moment, we're just spinning our wheels. We're just giving him even more of a longer record. For me, that needs to come to an end sooner rather than later. And then we need to think about what we do with him after. For me, you can put him in a feud. That's fine if you want to. But I think there's an opportunity if Seth is out. If Seth's out of WrestleMania, if he's got to vacate the title and he's out of WrestleMania and it ain't going to be CM Punk versus Seth and we need to find an alternative, it's the Ring General to me. It's Gunther. He's right there to pull the trigger on. And I know that there'll be lots of other suggestions and that's great. That's great. That's why wrestling is so good right now. There are lots of alternatives, but this is why I was saying I think you have to book what you want. Book what you want, but think about what you would do. Start at WrestleMania, work backwards, and I would be looking at that. I would be looking at Cody finishing his story on night 2, Gunther beating CM Punk on night 1. And I don't know how CM Punk would feel about that. I mean, this is where it gets a bit difficult because CM Punk might refuse that. He might be like, I didn't come back to lose the main event of WrestleMania. But of course, you would talk to him, be like, well, I'm going to give you I'm going to give you a big win at SummerSlam, or I can give you a big win at WrestleMania 41. But for the greater good of you helping to establish Gunther in a banging match, like, I need you to do this for me. There'd be an interesting conversation. I really don't know if he'd have a problem with it. Surely he sees in Gunther the same thing we see in Gunther, which is this monster, credible, future multiple-time world champion. Well, he's going to have to get wins and big wins in order for him to realize his potential, isn't he? Just like how CM Punk had to get wins and big wins in order for him to realize his potential. So I think CM Punk would play ball. As long as Gunther didn't turn around and yell real glass, I think we would be fine. I think he'll go with it. I don't think anyone's going to fear for their lives. I think it'd be an all right conversation. I mean, yes, I would be wrapped up in padding and I would have like 20 security guards, of course. It's CM Punk, right? I ain't going to be one-on-one in a room with him. But it's a conversation that I would be I'd be relishing to have, actually. I think I'd love to work backstage, you know, in WWE. I really would. I'd love to work backstage, even in like, you know, talent relations. A job that everyone's like, oh my God, could you imagine that? Having to, like, you know, have a shout at the wrestlers, have a word with the wrestlers and all that kind of stuff. I think that would be a really interesting department to work in. Really, really, because, like, you've kind of got to be quite political because you don't want to upset people so they go walking out. But you got to tell them where the line is as well, you know? You've got to be clear with your communication. Try and deal with problems, try and help out where you can. You know, you've kind of got to know what card to play at the right time. Is this an occasion where you have to put your foot down? Is this an occasion where you have to negotiate? Is this an occasion where you have to be quite sympathetic? Like, you've got all these, like, tools in your arsenal and you have to know which one to play at what time. And if you play the wrong one, then you might get choked out by CM Punk. I think that'd be really interesting, man. I think that'd be really, really interesting. There's not too many young kids that are dreaming of working in talent relations. When I grow up, I want to be John Laurinaitis. Are you sure? You don't want to be Roman Reigns? No, I want to be John Laurinaitis. I want to be just like my hero, Bruce Pritchard. I want to be just like my hero, John Laurinaitis, and work in talent relations. Oh. Tony said, what if Gunther is waiting for his mystery opponent and cult of personality hits? Punk GTS's Gunther grabs the IC belts. Just a thought. Well, I mean, as we've just said, I love Punk Gunther. Sign me up for that. I would do it around the world title rather than the IC title. I suppose the question would have to be asked, why would Punk want the IC title? If you can come up with a good enough reason as to why he would want it and why it would matter to him, and you can make it believable, because this is clearly a guy who's got a bee in his bonnet because he wanted to be the face of the company and was never felt like he was being treated like the face of the company. So for him to come back and go after a mid-card title would be a bit of a challenge, I think, in order to convince people, like, why he's interested in that. Because the Intercontinental title, historically, is not going to get you main events of shows, and it's not going to make you the face of the company. It's a mid-card title, you're going to be in the mid-card. So why would CM Punk want to go to that level when he is right now in the conversation to main event WrestleMania, in the conversation to be battling Seth for the World Heavyweight title? I'm not down on it, because I actually think that what you're touching on is something really interesting, which is something that a lot of fans don't really consider. But there is a side of booking which is a very difficult side. It's the hard side of booking, right? And it's the side of booking that I think can a lot of companies can get wrong. And it's a real skill. It's a real skill if you can crack it, if you can get it right. And what we're talking about is when you've got someone like Drew, right? Or you've got someone like Sammy, or you've got someone like Kevin Owens, you've got someone that's tried to win a world title and failed, right? And they've had their shot and they failed. You then need to get them back to the mid-card, and you then need to tell some good stories with them, because you still want them in the mix, because you might need to go back to them because of injury, or because, you know, they've got quite hot or got quite over again, or whatever it might be, or it's just their time again. So you are putting them on the back burner, but it doesn't mean that you've given up on them, right? So CM Punk is going to find himself for large periods of time away from the world title picture, because if Cody is, say, champion on SmackDown, he's obviously going to be defending the belt over there. CM Punk's going to be on Raw. If Gunther's champion on Raw, say, right, let's just go with it, CM Punk will work a program with him, but once that program is concluded and Gunther moves on to someone else, well, CM Punk all of a sudden has got to now find something else to do, hasn't he? He's got to find something else to do. Now, we've seen what they did with Cody. They put him in a feud with Brock. They put him in a feud with the Judgment Day. They put him in a feud with Shinsuke. They tried to just keep putting him in different feuds. But one of the things that you could do with Punk whilst he's away from that world title picture is start to put him around the mid-card title picture. And this is the harder side of creative, is how do you make it convincing that that is something he is going to be bothered about? To be honest, the kind of thing I think you would do is you would have the mid-card champion attack him backstage, maybe go around his house, see if AJ's there. Maybe, could you imagine, like, I don't know, Austin Theory is the mid-card champ at the time, and he goes round CM Punk's house, opens the door, starts shouting for AJ, seeing if AJ's in, right? Start shouting for Larry, seeing if Larry's around. And, like, you know, CM Punk obviously is going to be fuming at the fact that he's gone round his house and is just walking around his house. And, you know, you're making it personal then. So it's not so much that he wants the IC belt. Maybe it's more he wants to get his hands on the current IC champion, because the IC champion crossed the line, right? I wouldn't go as far as Swerve did when he broke into, was it Hangman's house, and then started talking to the baby, right? I wouldn't do that. That, you know, that to me, I don't even know if the baby was meant to be in the crib or not, to be honest. I don't know if Swerve was just talking to an empty crib and acting like, you know, the babe, this is, you know, the baby was there. I don't know. But, I kind of feel like we've done that angle a few times, like Seth breaking into Edge's house, you know. It's a difficult line, because those kind of break-ins, you are breaking the law, and so of course they could call the police and it would get investigated and blah 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 blah. You kind of have to, you want to tread that kind of realism, as realistic as possible. Maybe if he even goes round, knocks on the door but can't get in, so he got and he's looking through the window. I mean, I don't know about you, but if I was at work and someone I hated was round my house trying to get in, knocking on the windows, even if they didn't get in, I would be absolutely fuming. I would be, I mean, could you imagine? So you don't even have to get into the property to get that reaction, right? Because I'm a big believer in making this feel as real as possible, as realistic as possible. I want to believe what I'm watching, man. So I do understand for many people, when they go into the home, that is a line that is very clearly crossed. So maybe you don't go that far. But the point I'm making is, this is the side of creative that is quite a challenge. How do you take those people from the main event scene, drop them down a level or two, but keep it engaging, keep it interesting? What stories can you tell? And so the idea of CM Punk going after the IC title right now would seem a bit strange. But there will come a time where he's probably going to have to be in the mix for something like that. It happened to John Cena. You know, Cena went down and was the United States champion and did the whole US Open challenge, which was brilliant. Brilliant. I mean, that is just great creative. And, I'm sure the time is going to come for CM Punk as well as to when he's going to have to dip down that level. It doesn't feel like it's yet, though. I feel pretty good he'll main event WrestleMania. Doesn't feel like he'll have to go down to that level just yet. But at some point, I'm pretty confident he is going to have to, just like how pretty much everyone has to at some point. So, yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they've got planned. And we've only got 5 minutes. George Mitchell, shout out to you, said, if it is vacated, couldn't Priest cash in on the vacated title and state Asuka as a precedent? It depends what they want to do. I mean, they could well, the Asuka one is different because it was in the briefcase. She didn't actually cash in on a vacated title. She actually basically won a ladder match for the title. So it was vacated. It's just they changed the prize without the participants knowing. So she didn't technically cash in on a vacant title. She won a ladder match for the title. This is different because Damien's prize, if he opens that briefcase, the title isn't in there, right? So his is a contract that says that he can have a title match whenever he wants. So he can't cash in. If the title is vacant and there is no champion, there's no one for him to cash in and compete against to win the vacant championship. So his prize that he's got is a contract that says that he can have a title match and can cash in for a title opportunity at a time of his choosing. Now, I don't know on a technicality if he said, well, I want to cash in now and there is no champion, so that means you have to give me the championship. We've never explored that. And to be honest, if I was Adam Pearce, I would be like, that's not how this works, right? I'm not honoring that. The belt is going to be up for grabs in the Rumble. So for me, I don't think you can use Asuka as the precedent. I think he could cash in on Seth if Seth has not already vacated. If Seth's in the ring and he's about to vacate, is he then technically still champion? Before he actually says the words, he's still technically champion until he vacates and says, that's why I'm having to vacate the title and puts it down. Technically, I'm guessing he's still champion. The point I made earlier is that Adam Pearce could turn around and say, actually, he vacated earlier today. He told me earlier today and we did the paperwork earlier today. So that person you're trying to cash in on right now is not the champion because he already vacated backstage like 2 hours ago. That is a vacant championship and it will be made available in the Royal Rumble. So I think it's a really interesting point. Really, really good point. I do like where we try and explore like the grey areas and him trying to, I think if he tries to cash in on Seth while Seth is still champion, I can't see why he can't do that, right? But if Seth vacates and the championship is vacated, technically who can he fight for the belt? Because that contract said he has to have a match and he can have a title match whenever he wants. So who does he compete against for it? This is why it would be a grey area. You might be able to get away with him just being handed the belt. You might be able to get away with it, but it would be very unsatisfying. Certainly I think if the alternative is it could be in the Rumble, the alternative is let's put it as the prize in the Rumble. That's a lot more exciting than having Damien come down and cash in on an already vacated belt. So I'm sure he will sniff around. I don't for a second doubt that, you know, Seth's going to stand there, make this, and Damian doesn't make his presence felt. I completely think he will. I don't think there will be a successful cash-in. I don't think there will. Just because I just think there's a better alternative. I think there's a better alternative, which is putting it in the Rumble. And I think that Adam Pearce can quite easily come out and say that belt was already vacated. There is no one for you to compete against, which means you can't cash in because there's no one for you to cash in against. You can't have a match with anybody. So right now, you're going to have to wait to find out who wins the Rumble, because that's where it's going to be awarded. So it's an interesting one, though, George. I like your thought process. I like getting into the grey areas. I like digging around in there. And again, did they do it? I'm sitting here going, well, I don't think they will because of this, this, and this. But WWE could just come out and just do it. So, again, there's no silly suggestions. Right? Unless you want to make Bad Bunny world champion, and then you can just get out. Right? You can just get out. But here we go. We're about to go over. Jesus, calm down, everyone. Calm down. Jeremiah said, have you heard about 2K24? I have, yes. Cover stars Cody Rhodes and Rhea and Bianca, which I don't know if that's been well received. It seemed like it had been. Sean G said, my 2 cents. Let's go. Perhaps Priest wins the World Heavyweight Championship off Seth or in a tournament. Punk wins the Rumble and then challenges Priest on night 1. Cody Roman night 2. Thoughts? There is CM Punk. Thoughts on that are... I like that woman that was just standing. There's Cody as well. My thoughts on that are... why do a tournament when you can put the belt in the Rumble? Just comes back to that, doesn't it? It seems a bit silly to do a Royal Rumble this Saturday and have the prize be that you can main event WrestleMania, compete for the title, and then we do another tournament to try and crown who the champ should be. It just seems like a no-brainer. You put the title in the Rumble. So, but I keep saying the same thing. There's no reason why they can't still do that. Just because to me it makes more sense to do it in the Rumble doesn't mean they'll do it in the Rumble. So, Sean, yeah, they could do it. Defcon, they could do it. Tony, they could do it. George, they could do it. Right, Seth has come out. He is looking sad, and he has got a knee brace on. There is a knee brace on Seth Rollins. The championship is around his waist. There is no celebrating. He is also walking, no crutches. He is walking his way down, but it is labored. Now, he could take the brace off and say, I don't think he will, because we know he is injured. So I'm not expecting it to be a swerve where he takes the brace off, but it could be that he's making it seem worse than it is. It could be that he's hobbling more exaggerated than it really is. It doesn't look good, though, does it? It doesn't look good. Seth is making his way up the ring steps. Is he about to vacate the title? Is he about to shock the world? If he vacates this title, as you lot have been saying, does Damian come down? Do we do a tournament? Does it go in the Rumble? I just want him to say if he's going to vacate it or not. Here we go. We're probably going to have 10 minutes of chat first. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. It's a big thing. If he is going away for a little bit, I'll allow it. But let's get to the meat of the thing, shall we? Right, crowd are singing away. Seth is looking glum, as you would imagine. He's clearly not going to be coming out skipping down to the ring with how bad this situation is. Crowd are singing away the song. Seth standing there looking around. Oh my god, this is so good. This is edge of the seat stuff, innit? Jinder's winning tonight, said ID. Yeah! George Vlog said, I feel like Seth relinquishes the Rumble for the belt. CM Punk wins. Seth uses a rematch clause. Boom. Punk Seth. WrestleMania. Ticks everything, doesn't it? Gets us where we need to be. The unbeaten champion trying to get his championship back in the main event of WrestleMania against CM Punk. He's gonna cry! He's gonna cry! He looks like he's gonna cry! Oh my god! Thank you, Seth! Thank you, Seth! Oh, you lot are so mean. You lot are so mean. Oh, I just want to know if he vacates the title. There's a man hurt here. Show him some respect. He's emotional. You lot worrying about the title. Here's me worrying about Seth. Disgrace. Should be ashamed. Should be absolutely ashamed. Pre should cash in now, said Rivy. Lone Star Friend said, I'm tired of Seth, but I do sympathize. Mitchell said, hopefully he vacates the song. Aubrey said, vacate the song as well. I'm vacating my song. Yay! Nah, 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 nah. No, guy, come on, shut up. Show some respect. Jinder should get the title. Jinder should get the title. You're right, Chris. He said, it's all right. I beat Jinder last week. I hit him with a moonsault. I felt my knee kind of go in a way that it's not really supposed to. I did what I do. Finished the match. I beat Jinder. Boo! He said, when I sat down in the back, that's the first time it really set in. Crowd are booing. Here we go. Jesus. Earlier in the night, Paul says, hello, Days and chat. Hope everyone's doing good. Paul, we're doing good, bud. Doing good. Hope you well. He said he felt helpless backstage and that he was a bit of a liar. Everyone's waiting for where this is going to go. He knows it as well. Jinder. I've got Jinder on the brain. So Seth said it dawned on him backstage it was a real possibility he might miss WrestleMania. Crowd start chanting no. So loud no chants. I appreciate that. He looked at it. Results. Not great results. Grade 2 tear. Three to 4 months. I honestly thought he was going to say weeks. When he said 3 to 4, I thought he was going to say weeks. It's months. We don't know what the future holds. He's going to have to vacate. He's going to have to. Imperium? Are they going to put the belt on Gunther? Oh, what is this? What is this? What is this? Oh, man, we eating too good. We eating too good. I feel really bad for Seth. When he said 3 to 4, I thought he was going to say weeks. He says that they don't know how long it's going to be out for. They don't know how this is going to play out. What I do know is the man that I'm all in on is about to confront the injured champion. The thing is, though, he ain't going to get a title match, is he? So where's this going to go? Oh, man, imagine this match. Imagine these two. Imagine these two. Gunther in the ring. Smirk on Gunther's face. He doesn't give a flip. I haven't got time for this, says Seth. Get it over with. Whatever it is you're here for, do it. Seth. They've got a match with the New Day. Don't worry about them. Concentrate on me. What's he going to do? What can he do? You and me have been avoiding each other. I just want to honestly let you know what I think of you. Is now the time, Gunther. Is now the time. Couldn't you have sent him an email? He's going to be at home for 3 to 4 months. There's no reason to be that much on edge. You've been labelled a workhorse champion. You bring dignity, you bring respect. Oh my god, is he going to join Imperium? Is he going to recruit him? You're a champion that everyone here can be proud of. Just like me. No, it's fine. I'm proud of Gunther. That's fine. That was lovely. It pulls on my heartstrings. I'm finding out you might not make it to WrestleMania. And it makes me honestly sad. No, it doesn't. Shut up. You want that belt? Just take it. He can't stop you. You and your boys should have let me finish. Oh. I don't give a damn what the doctors tell me. Is he gonna? I will. He's gonna keep the belt. For 3 to 4 months. I'm going to go... Do you know what? I think probably he wasn't told 3 to 4 months. He was probably told less than that, and they're saying it's more, so that when he comes back, it's going to be like, can you believe it? Gunther says, I admire that. I don't. holding up the division. You're just basically Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns 2.0. Seth Reigns. You remind me a lot of myself. I think Gunther's jealous of Becky. On Sunday, I will win the Royal Rumble. And I'm going to choose you. So he respects Seth. He said, I'm going to win the Rumble and I will choose you. But with all due respect, I'm going to target your knee. I'm going to target your back. Is that the match, do you reckon, for WrestleMania? Is that where we're going? Do you think this... it's got to be CM Punk, surely. You suck, Chance. That's disrespectful. He does not. Thank you, New Orleans. He's very good. I appreciate your honesty. You can challenge me. But I want you to remember one thing. Remember who you're coming after. Someone who won't give up the belt even though he's going away for 3 to 4 months. Johnny said Gunther does suck. Mr. Unfamiliar said this is worst case scenario. Stupid Seth. We've been robbed. Now Xavier's attacking Imperium. That's the end of the segment. Let's do a little breakdown, shall we? Might not be popular what I'm about to say, but I'm saying it. I am saying it. I just want to make sure my pictures work. Yeah. So, breaking news coming out of Raw. We had an emotional Seth Rollins open up the show, and he came out with a knee brace on. He revealed that the results had come back and that he was going to be out for 3 to 4 months. When he said months, I really thought he was about to say weeks, but he said months. And right now they don't know what the future looks like for him. Obviously, he wanted to go into WrestleMania as the champion. And he then amazingly revealed that he still plans on doing that. Seth has not vacated the championship. I really think this is going to divide opinion, to be honest. I think there is a lot of people that have great feelings towards Seth, see him as a fantastic wrestler, fantastic ambassador for WWE that will be supportive of him and want him to continue to be champion. But for me, I think we had a golden opportunity to take that title off of him, for him to go away as a champion that was never beaten so that he can come back when he's ready and then try to get his belt back he never lost. And we could have put that belt in the Rumble, and the winner of the Rumble could have been the new World Heavyweight Championship. I think that feels to me like a much more exciting way forwards. I mean, we know that Roman isn't around that much defending his undisputed WWE Championship. And now we've got Seth, who seemingly is going to be away 3 to 4 months, who's also not going to be able to defend his World Championship. And so it just felt like they were going to have him vacate, but he didn't. He didn't. He hasn't. And I don't know why this has been signed off. I don't know why he's been given this opportunity. I know it's unfortunate, but it's usually unfortunate whenever anyone has to vacate. You know, it's usually not an ideal situation ever. So I don't know that that's enough of a reason, to be honest. I think the truth is that the results came back probably more 8 to 12 weeks than 3 to 4 months. And I think that they've just said 3 to 4 months so that when he does make it back in time for WrestleMania, it just seems like, wow, what a rehab, what a super athlete he is. You know, we thought he was going to be out for this, like, 4 months. He's come back in 2. I think he's probably exaggerated what he was actually told, because surely if he is to be out for 3 to 4 months, if he is going to be missing, 3 to 4 months that he misses WrestleMania. So if there was any doubt of that, surely you wouldn't run the risk. We can't not have the World Heavyweight Championship defended at WrestleMania. So maybe they're going to look at it and review it as time goes by. But to me, why do that when you could just take it off him now and we could tell some other stories? We've got plenty of people that are ready to fill into that position, one of whom made their presence felt, came down to confront Seth, and it was Gunther. Gunther came down and said, you are a champion that I admire. You are a champion I respect. You are a workhorse. You carry your belt with dignity. This was a quite babyface promo in many ways from Gunther, really putting Seth over and showing a lot of respect. Gunther did say, though, I'm going to win the Rumble and I am going to go on to WrestleMania and I will face you if you are there for that championship. So they have definitely planted a seed that WrestleMania could be a return in Seth taking on Gunther, who has won the Rumble. It does feel, though, that CM Punk still feels like he is the person that I think Seth will ultimately face if Seth is to make it to WrestleMania. I feel like he will. Make it. I think that's why they haven't took the title off of him. But as I said, I can't really sit here and say they've made the right decision. I think it's the wrong call. I think Seth making it to WrestleMania to try and win back the title that he never technically lost, I think that would be a perfectly acceptable story. And if there's any sort of complication and he does sadly miss WrestleMania, well, at least we've kind of gone in a different direction and we're telling a different story and it doesn't affect the build for WrestleMania. So yeah, loads to talk about here, loads to get our teeth into. Massive opening segment to Raw, but the headline is Seth says he's out 3 to 4 months, but he plans on making it to WrestleMania and he will remain the World Heavyweight Champion. Ooh, we don't normally do videos that long, but boy howdy, that was some meaty stuff. I want to get that video up. I also want to jump in the chat to get your thoughts as to what you think about this. We do have Imperium taking on New Day right now. So we do have that match bubbling away. Do you like this? I don't think it's unfair to suggest more people are going to be against this than for this, to be honest. I think there's going to be more people against this than are going to be for it. I do love Gunther coming down. I do love Gunther being in the mix. As I said before, I'm all in on the Ring General being involved here. But Seth not vacating that title just doesn't do it for me, man. Doesn't do it for me. So breaking. Right, let's upload this video. It's obviously the big talking point. We know that we're not done with talking points, though, because coming up later, we do have Cody and we do have CM Punk face-to-face. So those two face-to-face later. Big interesting segment there. We've got a few juicy matches coming up as well. So there's still plenty for us to get our teeth into. I want to jump into the chat, though, but I can't do that till I've uploaded this video. Seth Rollins reveals injury updates. Will he make WrestleMania? I loved it, said Watson. I genuinely don't know out of Gunther, Cody, Punk for who wins the Rumble. Who wins the Rumble? You should do a poll on that. Well, I'd rather do a poll, to be honest, as to what people think of the Seth news. I would rather get immediate reaction to that, because that to me is more immediate. So if we do a poll, we'll do a poll on that. So maybe I'm alone. I mean, this isn't the way I would go, as I said. This isn't the way I would go. I would have had him vacate. I don't think he's telling the truth when he says 3 to 4 months. I think if that was true, they wouldn't go in this direction. So I don't think that's true. But, so I think they know he is going to make it back for WrestleMania. And I think they are looking at it going, how do we feel about him not being at the Rumble, not being at Elimination Chamber, and getting back in mid-March? How do we feel about that? You know, he's going to be out, say, I don't know, 6 to 8 weeks. Maybe 8 weeks. Makes it back a few weeks before WrestleMania. And I think they've looked at it and gone, do you know what? Let's just keep going with the belt on him. He should be back for WrestleMania. We shouldn't have any issue with that. Let's just keep the title on him. But I still wouldn't have done that. I still would have took the title off him. I think you've just got a golden opportunity to just change directions. Triple H does hate doing that, though. We know that this all gets planned out like in advance. He tends to work in like 3-month blocks. So all the way from now to WrestleMania is planned. And if he can not deviate from that as much as possible, he will not deviate from that as much as possible. So I think that's part of the reason that he's decided to just keep going with this. But would have made Saturday more exciting, wouldn't it? Would have made the Royal Rumble even juicier. But hey ho, stupid Seth with his stupid injury. Let's go into this and put the poll up. What did you think of the Seth Rollins segment? Liked it. Didn't like it. I won't say segment. I'll change it to news. What did you think of the Seth Rollins news? Boom. Oh, we're all right. We should be all right. It says that we got a little bit of lag, but hopefully we're okay. The Ring General. Right, context is massive here. If Roman was full-time, we could accept not seeing Seth for 2.5 months, but the fact we're barely going to see both for the road to WrestleMania is a thumbs down. Yeah, I think that's fair. If we did have like Roman around a lot, maybe you could cope with one champ not being about. I think the other thing, as you say, is like we know that Seth is meant to be the fighting champion. That's why the belt was brought in. So the fact that Seth now is going to not be around and not defend this title is a bit of a problem. World Heavyweight Championship. Okay, he shouldn't vacate the title, nor Priest shouldn't have cashed in, said Richards. People are stupid. The World Heavyweight Championship was created because Roman was working a reduced schedule, said Brony, and he didn't show up, which meant whoever has the World Heavyweight Champion has to be a fighting champion. Well, listen, like most things in wrestling, yeah? Like most things in wrestling, this is going to have divided opinion. I am not surprised by that at all. I'm not surprised by that. Pretty much everything in wrestling divides opinion. It's just you have to know which side of it you're on and which way you are leaning and why. And I agree. For me, I think he should have vacated. I agree this is a workhorse championship. I agree that Roman's not defending his. This belt was created so that we had an active champion. And now our active champion is going to be inactive and he's not giving up the belt. I mean, historically, you know, the 30-day rule, you defend every 30 days. If you can't honor that, well, then you can't have the belt. So for one of the champs to turn around and go, I might be out for 4 months, I might not make WrestleMania, but I'm going to keep the title. It's a very difficult argument that he's done the right thing, or that WWE have done the right thing. But then in the same breath, I don't believe what I've been told. Double count outs in this first match. Double count out in this first match. We need to get, we need to do another poll here, don't we? Oh my God, can't cope with all this big news. But I don't think Seth is as injured as originally reported. If he was, he would have been on crutches. I think Seth will be back faster than the 3 to 4 months, says Rivi. Xavier is down right now, getting stomped on. Right now, Ludwig grabbing a chair. So this has resulted, I believe it was a double count out. Got the chair. He's going to wallop Kofi with it. Is this going to lead to Big E's return? That's the question a lot of people have been asking. Are we building to the return of Big E here, or is this just like a fun little feud between these two teams? Xavier throwing a shot there on Ludwig. Xavier climbing up. We're in the crowds. We've got some of those production trunks. Equipment cases is how Michael Cole has just worded them. Right, let's end this poll. We've got to be quick with our polls. Xavier looks out at the crowd. 52% didn't like it. 47% did. So... oh, that's a great shot. Look at that shot. Look at that shot. Tough one to score this, because if you was anything like me, you would have been processing the news that we just had. So I will be the first to admit this match did not get my full attention. So a tricky one to score. But we'll put the poll up all the same, because we are actually trying to figure out. Wow, they all end up going through some tables. It was a big multi-person moment. That was pretty sick, actually. That looked really great. Crowd enjoying it as well. So, New Day and Imperium going through some tables, which were, like, set up in the crowd. They were all on top of those kind of equipment cases, those production trunks. So we've had a big brawl. We've had a big thing happen in the crowd as well. This is straight after the Seth Rollins news. I mean, we've been going just over 30 minutes, and they really are trying to keep the pace of this show quite hot. 40 years of WrestleMania. Andre is on the cover of that 40 years of WrestleMania. There is a special edition with Bianca and Rhea, and the main edition is Cody. Finish your story. Right now they're showing, I think this is the advert that was doing the rounds earlier today. There's some really weird computer generated footage here. Like, is it Hogan? Look at that. It's like AI. That is weird. And that from Stone Cold. It's all about story, innit? We spoke about this earlier. It's all about story. Rob, shout out to you, bud. Rob said, I think they have no plans for Seth before Mania because they want Punk Seth, so this is a work injury to get us to Mania. Rob, shout out to you. Doesn't Roman Brock go months without a match? Doesn't Roman and Brock go months without a match? Yes, they do. But that's the problem. I mean, it is true what people are saying. I mean, this belt was brought in because Brock doesn't matter because Brock's a part-timer. It's, you know, he's got a part-time contract. He's not a champion. So it doesn't really matter with Brock. He can just show up whenever he wants. It's a bit like Cena. He's just got a part-time deal. It's a bit like Undertaker. When Undertaker used to rock up every WrestleMania and that was it. So Brock doesn't really matter, but the Roman is a problem. But Roman is a problem. Roman is someone that people criticize for his inactivity. Hence why even WWE were like, it is a problem. We need a belt that's defended more regular. So here's the World Heavyweight Championship. And so it's you know, the belt is there to be defended. This belt in particular is meant to be defended. It's meant to be the more active of the world titles. So I understand the argument of, well, Roman's not around and Brock's not around and we don't see much of John Cena. But that's not the same as this situation. This situation is an active world champion who's meant to be defending his title every 30 days. That belt is meant to be defended at Elimination Chamber. Seemingly, it's not going to be. I don't think it was going to be defended at the Rumble, but it probably should have been as well. Although saying that, maybe for the month of January, they thought, well, he's already defended against Drew on day one. He's already defended against Jinder last week, so maybe we don't need him to defend at Rumble because Roman is actually going to do one of his title defenses at the Rumble. So technically Seth's probably boxed off for January. It's probably done for January, but he ain't going to be around in February. I feel very confident that even if this injury is towards the light end, he's out for over a month. I don't believe the 3 to 4 months, as I keep saying. I mean, if it was 3 to 4 months, you'd have to take the title off him. 3 months from now is the end of April. You had 3 months to where we are now. It's April 23rd. WrestleMania is April 6th. It's 3 to 4 months means that we expect you to recover within 3 to 4 months. Well, that even the low end of that estimate puts you weeks and weeks and weeks after WrestleMania. So if that is true, they would have to take the title off him. They would have to. You cannot have this title not defended at WrestleMania. You would have to take the title off him. So I completely agree in that I think they are exaggerating how long he expects to be out for. Now, we obviously don't know what the real number is. If the real number is 4, 5, 6 weeks, then, you know, he misses February. I think they feel he's done enough in January. Is it a problem that he misses February? Maybe the start of March. That's what it's going to come down to. If it is 4 to 6 weeks and that's what he's been told, actually told, then he's going to miss February. He's going to miss the start of March. Is that a big problem? I would say it's not a big problem, right? I'd say it's actually not a big problem. We're really talking about he's going to have to miss Elimination Chamber. He's going to have to miss Elimination Chamber. Is that a deal breaker for you, right? I think for me, the bigger thing is we just had such a good opportunity to do something else. We had such a good opportunity to make the Rumble more interesting. We had such good an opportunity to kind of go in a different direction. And I agree. I think that they've looked at it and gone, well, we can still get to where we want to get to. We want to do Punk against Seth, and we can still do it. And, you know, Punk's going to miss Elimination Chamber. That's a wounder, but we think we've got a good enough card anyway. We can cope with it. And so they've decided to keep it on him. So I think my feelings on it are not changing. I think that if I was in that situation, I would take the belt off of him. They've decided to not. That's it. It's done, innit? I mean, the conversation over. All that time we spent talking about, well, do you do this? Do you do that? I mean, it's done now. He's keeping the belt. He's keeping the belt. It is a very interesting conversation, though, and be prepared to hear plenty of people talking about whether this is the right or the wrong thing. I think that it's the wrong thing, but the wrong thing, probably not by much. Probably not by much, because if the truth is that he's just missing 4 to 6 weeks and he misses Elimination Chamber, you know, is it a problem he's not at Elimination Chamber? It's not ideal. Probably would be enough for me to take the title off him, but I don't believe the 3 to 4 months. And I tell you what, if the 3 to 4 months is actually true, then this is really wrong. This isn't just a little bit wrong. This is really wrong. Because if it is 3 to 4 months and we're just keeping our fingers crossed that Seth can get back quicker, and we are running the risk, running the gamble of that, then I think, you know, why have we done that? Why have we not just took the belt off him? Because you will have to take the belt off him. I can't see any way that that belt is not defended at WrestleMania. It has to be. So all you've done is just, you know, kick the can down the road. Right, we was at commercial break. We're just back now. I do want to get to some of these thoughts in a second. Let's end this poll. I'm not trying to fight everyone, said Drew. I'm not the one walking around backstage with a big head because I'm on the cover of 2K. Damien yelling at Rhea. DIY should have been taken care of a long time ago. She's having a go at everyone here. Damien will take care of Drew tonight alone. Rhea said it's been a while since I've seen the vicious side of Finn Balor. I'll show you vicious. Mommy's getting a bit upset. Did JD call her sis? We've got Ivy, Nile, and Maxine Dupree. What would a win tonight do for you? They don't call her the Pitbull for nothing. Here is the Creeds. She calls Valhalla a barefoot freak. Ivy was like, guys, I've got it. Leave me alone. Alright, they're only trying to be supportive. So that first one, I believe, was a double count out. Now we've got Ivy taking on Valhalla. Maxine making her way down as well. Let's get to the super chats. I want to catch up with them. Then we'll jump into the chat. We should be going to commercial break again. Paul, shout out to you. Rob, we got to that, and yeah, I think we're up to date. Rob saying about how he doesn't think they've got any plans for Seth, so he can go away. Then they bring him back, and he has his match with CM Punk. Right, Liam said, I really think he wasn't defending the title at Elimination Chamber anyway. I think the winner of the Rumble faces Roman. I think the winner of the Chamber faces Seth. Victoria said, I guess we know who the real leader of the Judgment Day is. It's me. I'm the real leader. Nita Nitro said, everyone just booked themselves into a shoot. Don't be disappointed that you thought something different was going to happen. Spurs Gamer said, I have a feeling it will... I can't... Every time I read someone write that, I've got the Black Eyed Peas in my head. I've got a feeling... it will be Creeds against Judgment Day against DIY at the Rumble. Enrique said, Cole has said WWE fans twice. Oh, not WWE Universe. Are we fans? Oh, how do I feel about that? I don't know. Do I like being a fan? I think I enjoyed being part of the universe. I enjoyed being part of the universe. I'm just a fan now. Oh. Johnny said, Days, I feel like I don't want to buy 2K24 now because Bray Wyatt is not in the showcase or on any of the covers. They could have had him on the WrestleMania cover instead of Bianca. Okay. Ellis Dub said, Valhalla is so bland. I honestly don't know if it's on purpose or not. Travis said, well, we know who wears the pants in Judgment Day. Trent said, New Day and Imperium will brawl in the Rumble. Big E will return in his hometown of Tampa, Florida. Love it. Michael Cole likes freaks, said George. Sebastian said, Priest is not going to cash in, guys. Seth is going to WrestleMania. Mr. Unfamiliar said that injury requires 6 months usually. They are saying 3 to 4 because he's an athlete. Keeping the belt on him is awful. Scottish Nightmare said, I thought Sarah Logan retired from wrestling. Well, she was let go. I don't know if she announced that she had retired or not. But then obviously they brought her back with the whole like Viking Raiders thing. So, no, I mean, she has had a few matches since being back. So she very well could have announced that she had retired. But a little bit of the old green changes people's minds. Jordy said, I think Seth will just wait until after Mania for the surgery and he will just rehab it until then. King said it was a missed chance for Priest. Bishop said, I've got a question. Do you think AJ will be in the Rumble? I'm leaning to yes. I'm leaning to yes. I think she will be making an appearance. The only thing I don't know is if it's this year. I think she's in a Rumble, but CM Punk came back at the end of November. Seemingly that happened quite quickly. So if the timeline is true that Triple H only spoke to Punk a week before Survivor Series, then that means that she hasn't had long to think about potentially being in the Rumble, you know? She hasn't had ages to get ready. She's had since the end of November. Because as soon as Punk goes back, she can easily go, can you just ask them if they'd be interested in me being in the Rumble? Just float it. And of course, if CM Punk was like, listen, AJ's thinking about maybe a Rumble appearance, they'd snatch his hand off. If she wants to be in the Rumble, she can be in the Rumble, right? The only person that's going to decide that is her, to be honest. They will absolutely snatch her hand off to be in the Rumble. They'd love it. So the ball's in her court. So the only thing I don't know is I think that she will be in a Rumble. I just don't know if she's had enough time to be in this Rumble. So if she's not in this Rumble, I would still feel pretty good she'll be in the next Rumble next year where she's had more time to train. But we're seeing her on Instagram putting the work in. We're seeing her working away, like, you know, doing some wrestling with CM Punk, going through the motions. She could be doing it for fitness. She could be doing it just for fitness. But it could also be that she's having a little think about Rumble. Could I do something at WrestleMania? It's got to be tempting. It's got to be. How could it not be? It's got to be tempting. I can't imagine she's sat there and she's like, no. Will you be in there? No. What about if that? No. But what if it leads to WrestleMania? No. But you'll be safe. I know you've been injured, but you'll be safe. I mean, what's a Rumble? It's nothing. No. I just don't think that's the case. I think she'd be I think she'd be very interested. So I'm leaning towards yeah. I'm leaning towards yeah. But if it doesn't happen, I will just wonder if maybe it was because it was a bit too soon. Mitchell said, Judgment Day feels real disconnected and flat. Listen, we've got Nikki walking around in the background. So we are underway with Valhalla against Ivy Nile. And just on the entrance stage was Nikki Cross. So I think we were meant to see her. I think she was very visible. She looks like she has gone away again, though, now. Maxine is on the outside of the ring. Valhalla. Shot coming in there by Ivy. Crowd are quite quiet for this. I don't think this has got people's juices flowing here. Valhalla goes over to the ropes, bites onto the bottom rope. Back elbow there. Uppercut coming in by Ivy. Valhalla goes down. Ivy charges over. Headbutt there by Valhalla. Well, she uses the ropes, but the referee sees. I mean, should someone like Valhalla have to cheat like that? I don't know. Valhalla, I think, could be something good. But the problem is she just comes across as quite indie wrestling. She comes across as like someone that you could probably go and see at like Beyond Wrestling or something like that. Because she takes too many losses. How many times can you reinvent the Viking Raiders, you know? It's a little bit like how they've said that anyone else being The Undertaker, it would have bombed. You know, you had to really get it. And I think she does get it. It's just the creative has not supported her. But, oh, that was moody, man. Bulldog from the top, and she puts Valhalla away. Ivy Nile beats Valhalla. And it doesn't do anything for the mystique of Valhalla, does it? It's like Undertaker flipping, taking loss after loss after loss. Not that Valhalla is Undertaker, of course, but you get my point. If we are going to do that kind of a gimmick, you've got to really look after it. And we are abusing Valhalla. She is being abused. Crowd were quite quiet for that. I don't think that is one that's really grabbed the imagination. We're backstage with the New Day. And yeets. We're yeeting. Jey Uso with some ice packs. What a good friend. Where does it end? We're sick and tired of people walking in the WWE looking at us thinking we don't do this. That is true, actually. I mean, they've been quite irrelevant for quite a long time. You could understand people coming in thinking that don't need to worry about these two. This is a perfect example of what happens when you push us too far. Whoa! Kofi is challenging Gunther! Yeet. Kofi's challenging Gunther. I think what's really interesting is that Jey Uso was around. Jey Uso just seems to be around at the moment. Just seems to be around this kind of intercontinental title picture. And that certainly makes it seem like... I think he is going to be a future challenger. So I don't expect Kofi to win. I think that Jey is being lined up as a future opponent and maybe even the one that beats him. But once again, Gunther's been challenged and Jey Uso is around. Right. Do you think Dante Martin would be cool in WWE? I think he would take a lot of work. I think there is potential there. I think there's a lot of people in AEW that have got potential. But I think it would be a real challenge to kind of unlock that potential. You've got to find the right creative. You've got to find the right gimmick. You've got to find the right character, the right presentation. I mean, when the bell rings, you know, he's decent in ring. Promo wise, I don't think I've seen a promo that's really stood out from him. Look wise, just looks part of the pack really. So he's bringing some potential. He's bringing some wrestling. I think if you really wanted to invest in him, you could get somewhere. But to me, he is just one of a pack. He has got to find a way of standing out a bit more. And I don't think he's really managed to do that in AEW yet. So would he work in WWE? Yeah, I can't give you reasons as to why he wouldn't. But equally, I can't give you lots of reasons as to why he would be any better than 50 other names that I could give you. Right, Seth Rollins obviously is the big news. I was going to have a look at X to see how people were taking the news there. We did a quick poll here. Very, very close. Very, very close. It was like 52 people didn't like it, 47% did. It's basically 50-50, right? It's basically 50-50. So, you know, in this regard, it is what it is. It's one of those. As we said, it's done. It's they've decided what they're going to do, and so we know where we stand now. I think what was brilliant is that it didn't leak. We didn't know what to expect. We got the segment that we got, and we could enjoy it and watch it unfold. And, you know, it was what it was. So I'm really grateful that we got that. Aaron said, I want CM Punk to call Seth, you are just Roman 2.0. You call this home. The minute I come knocking, your knees buckle. You call me a hypocrite. Well... Brilliant. Brilliant. I mean, there's no arguing back on that, is there? There's no arguing back. This is, you know, he has become the thing that he hated. He could have done the honourable thing. In storyline, let's forget what has been told in real life, because I don't think that it's the same. But in storyline, we're being told it's 3 to 4 months. So the right thing for him to have done would have been to vacate the title. That would be the right thing. He has been very critical of Roman, as has been pointed out. So the right thing for him to do would be to say, you lot deserve a fighting champion. You deserve someone that's going to be able to defend this belt every 30 odd days. I know I can't do that. I can't do that. I know I'm out for over 30 days at least, and you deserve better. And so I'm going to vacate the title. He hasn't done that, and WWE have chosen for him to not do that. And that's fine. They've got their reasonings. But Yeah, you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. Why can CM Punk now not use that and throw it in his face? He absolutely can. He absolutely can. Okay, Nia Jax is making her way down to the ring. Okay. Mitchell said, Judgment Day feel disconnected and flat. Let's end this poll. That's the poll for the last match. We got Nia Jax, who's made her way down. Looks like she's about to cut a promo. We've already done the first hour. Where the flip is this show going? We've done an hour. Okay, so Nia is talking about Rhea Ripley. First time I came face to face with Rhea Ripley, she got squashed. First time I went one-on-one with Becky, she got squashed. I understand. Rhea wants to face Becky because she thinks she can beat her. She knows she can't beat me. Crowder watting away. So Nia's like, I know why Rhea wants to face Becky and why Becky wants to face Rhea. They came out last week to say that to each other. It's because neither want to face me. But Big Time is going to make her way down to make it, I would imagine, very clear that she has no issue with a rematch. I do love the fact they had Nia win against Becky. Shut up, Nia, you dope. Congratulations, you beat me. No one has got a bigger target on their back than you. No one likes you. I was just looking. People are pointing out that Damage Control were in the background of that Kofi J segment. So it seems like Damage Control are here. So she said, I don't know what I'll enjoy more this Saturday, winning the Rumble for the second time in my career or watching you lose. Talking of Damage Control, here is Bayley. Ding dong, hello. Both of you idiots are going to lose. I came here to find Rhea Ripley, but I can't help myself, says Bayley. Maybe Seth can't make lemonade whilst he's at home with Becky, says, can start making lemonade, said Aubrey. We need Roman Omos, said Cole. My goddess is here wearing black leather pants, said David. Bailey said, I'm winning the Rumble. I'm going to point to the WrestleMania sign. There's a brawl now. Bailey attacking Becky. Nia hurls Bailey. Becky comes over. Duck underneath. Shots coming into Nia. Bailey coming over. Manhandle. Manhandle connects by big time. Nia grabs Becky. Becky gets thrown over the top. If that was the Rumble, she would just have been eliminated. Wow. Boom! Leg drop by Nia. To Bailey. Oh, that has not gone well for Bailey, has it? That has not gone well at all. Wrestle with Andy said, we need to have a big Jinder match tonight. He can't just not be on the show. That's true. That is true. That should be his championship. Here we go. When it comes to the Rumble match, it's all about the numbers. They do this every year where they just talk about the longest people how many people have been in the Rumble, the quickest elimination, who's been in there the longest, who's made the most appearances, who's made the most eliminations. It's all about the numbers. Days, if you was Triple H, would you make the call to Kane to have him enter the Rumble face to face with Punk? Punk eliminates him. Don't forget, Kane was his last interaction 10 years ago at the same pay-per-view. No. No. That doesn't mean anything to me. Kane is... I mean, you could have Kane come in as a surprise. I wouldn't do it for a Punk thing. You could have Kane as a potential surprise. I mean, the Rumble is... Doesn't really matter, does it? How old you are. I mean, even from a injury point of view, even if you've had like a bit of an injury, you can be fairly well protected. This is why AJ Lee, who had an injury and had her career cut short, I think you can get away with her being in the Rumble because, as we've seen before, you kind of go, you can get them over the top rope, just sort of knock them, and they can just sort of jump to the outside. You can really, really protect people in a Rumble. So you could have Kane in it. I wouldn't book it just because of like him and Punk or anything. It's not a story that I'm interested in. But will Maven eliminate Undertaker from the Rumble for the second time, said David. Kane is the only one that's got the most eliminations. No one will beat Kane's eliminations in the Rumble, said Kieran. How far ahead of Roman is he? In fact, they should have those numbers here, or will they not? Or maybe I missed them. Third time Tampa has hosted the Rumble. Oh, God, that moment broke my heart. Should have been the Bulldog, man. Should have been the Bulldog. Oh, it was last year in 2021. Most eliminations during a women's Rumble is 8. Michael Cole said the Royal Rumble match is his favourite event of the year. Here we go. This is the number I wanted. Is it 46? This claims. Dominic Mysterio is making his way down. Yeah, 46. Kane's got 46. Undertaker is second with 40. Where's Roman, though? Because Roman had a really good run. Record might be in jeopardy relatively soon. Braun and Roman figure to add more to their totals. Yeah, but how many have they got? Does anyone know? Didn't Big Show technically win the Rumble match and not the Rock? Yes. Yes. I bet they don't put that in, though, do they? Here we go. Roman's on 32. Kane is on 45. So Roman is 13 behind. But he's obviously not going to be in the Rumble this year. So, you know, he's going to need to get a few more Rumble appearances, isn't he? Undertaker obviously is done. Shawn is done. Steve Austin's done. Braun Strowman is on 34. He's only 11 behind Kane. Braun Strowman. That's interesting, isn't it? Braun Strowman, 11 behind Kane. I wonder if anyone will ever... well, I'm sure someone will. It does feel like a beatable record, that one. It does feel like it can be beaten. I do love... It says Kane has got 45, but he has also got one as Isaac Yankem. He did eliminate someone as Isaac Yankem. It's all about the numbers. Right. Tropicana Field was host of the Thunderdome during the pandemic, but on Saturday it will have about 40 to 50,000 WWE fans. I don't know how they're going to fit them in, man. I mean, honestly, Thunderdome weren't that big. If you take them screens away, you ain't getting 40, 50,000 in there. I don't know what they're going to do. It's going to be crammed. It's going to be crammed. I mean, it only went up about 8 levels. And I know the heads were big on the screens, but you could probably only fit like 2 people in each screen, really. 40, 50,000. It's going to be an ask. Liam said Bailey is half odds on favourite with Sky Bet. I don't know who Sky Bet is. I don't know who Sky Bet is, but I'm very excited to see if she's any good. I would guess that she's from Japan. I would guess that she's probably coming from Stardom, Sky Bet. So she's odds on favourite apparently with Sky Bet, along with Sky Bet. Albright said, if it's all about the numbers, that means that Scott Steiner is going to be in the Rumble. Let's go. Colm said, Days, do you think if the Royal Rumble was a 2-night pay-per-view, one for the women on night 1, and then night 2 there for the men, WrestleMania be a Sunday show? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean. I have no problem with Royal Rumble being a 2-day event, because I think you can do men on one day, women on another day, 2 solid undercards. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think it would take too much work to make it a 2-day event. And everyone loves the Rumble. So could you convince people to buy both days? Could you do it that close to WrestleMania? I feel like you could. Because you're in a different area, aren't you? You're in a different place. You know, if you have Rumble on the East Coast and you have WrestleMania on the West Coast, then you are serving 2 very different markets. I know people fly and travel, of course, but well, I wouldn't be down on Royal Rumble going to a 2-day event. I think WrestleMania being a 2-day event has been good. It's been a positive. So I'd be fine with them doing it for Rumble. But I don't see how that affects WrestleMania. Oh, we're backstage with Becky and Rhea. Can't hear what you're saying, love. Not a clue what she said. She mumbled. Production botch. It was probably something like, if that happens to you on Saturday, you would be eliminated. Try and do better. It was probably something like that. Here's the Miz then. Skybet is Sky Blue's cousin, said James. Oh, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Two-time Grand Slam champion Mike the Miz Mizanin is making his way down to the ring. Miz versus Dominic Mysterio. Backstage with R-Truth. Don't tag in. Don't tag in. I'm in a singles match. Keep your eyes on the Mysterio boys. Tom and Nick. Keep your eyes on Tom and Nick. You could hear a woman like whooping away. She seemed to be really enjoying that. Don't tag in. Don't tag. I'm in a singles match. Miz against Dirty Dom. We want truth chants. I think the crowd are chanting. We want truth. Do you know what? Seth should have vacated that title. R-Truth should have won the Rumble. And we should have reached the promised land. That's what should have happened. There ain't no one that can tell me that's not the right way forwards. I think if there's one thing that's going to bring everyone together on this topic of if Seth did the right or the wrong thing, I think it's our appreciation of R-Truth can bring us all together. There is a lot of toxicity and tribalism in the wrestling community, but if there's one thing that brings everyone together, it's their love of R-Truth. It was the right thing to do. Vacate the belt, put it in the Rumble, R-Truth wins, and we all just continue living our best lives. Miz in control. Truth should be in the Hall of Fame already. I know. Oh, I wish CM Punk was on the cover of the game. Oh, I wish Brandy Rhodes was on the cover of the game. Yeah, I wish R-Truth was on the cover of the game. Yeah. You're all wrong. It's truth or nothing. Miz goes down. Piper tweets, watch people now, watch main event to see. Do you think they will? I retweeted it. We can have a look at the feed in a second. So I appreciate people tagging me and stuff, and so what better way to show that appreciation than by going down my notifications on stream? We can have a little look and see what's happening. Timothy said, I have one thing to say. I want truth. We all do, buds. We all do. The man, the myth, the legend. Dominic is in control against The Miz now, thanks to a little bit of outside interference. Crowd wanted truth as well. The chant just died down a little bit. You suck chants. The people holding up letters in the crowd that say Tom and Nick. Tom and Nick. Miz trying to fire back against Dominic. Dom going against the ropes. Knee to the midsection there by the Miz. Dominic goes over to the corner. Miz collides in. Dominic goes down. Miz boots out at JD. Dominic comes over, kicks the rope though. Miz spills to the outside. Can Miz get back in this match? No. No. Right, here we go. We can see we've got Bray Wyatt trending. We got CM Punk trending. A lot of this is to do with the game. In fact, it even says that. underneath the CM Punk thing. Brady showing us some images of behind the scenes from Royal Rumble 2021. And we seem to be interested in a man in a suit in the background. I don't know. There is the footage of Damage Control. What are Damage Control doing on Raw? Damage Control are here. We got the power. We got the pain. This is what James was talking about. My butt may or may not have come out on main event tonight. Let's see if it makes the cut. So if you want to see Piper's butt, it may feature on main event. I don't want the footage, to be honest. I don't want footage showing. Who do you think have the best snacks? I don't even get this one. What's this? Is it more footage? Oh, it's an advert. First we feast. Bianca and Montez share their favourite snacks. Aren't those the people that do the hot ones thing? It's good to see superstars going on to that kind of... I don't want the fudge. It's good to see superstars going on to that type of a show. Samantha Irvin did her Chelsea Green introduction on main event tonight. Chelsea Green. Hell yeah, it's back, says Cal. Damian Priest cashing in tonight. We're probably getting back a bit too far now where people are going to be talking about the Seth. Is he going to vacate and everything? What's this? Wrestling Days. Miles Bourne and GG are at Raw tonight. They've worked matches for main events. Bourne's match was against Brutus Creed, and Dolin faced Chelsea Green. They do use a lot of NXT talent for main events, so I don't think that's an indicator they're about to get called up. They just like to use main event as a way of getting people used to wrestling in front of big crowds. I mean, it's a good indicator that they see something in them. You know, you wouldn't bother wasting your time with someone that's, you know, a lost cause, putting them on main event, but I don't think it's an indicator that they're on the verge of being called up. I think it's just part of the process of, we're gonna, you know, take you to the proper taping, we're gonna have you work a match in front of the live crowd, a much bigger crowd than NXT, and I think it's just part of that process. Roman will only be playable once a month. Roman will only be playable once a month in the game, so that it's to simulate real life. Oh, that's good. That's good. Jose Real Gamer said, I've got Roman. It's a good figure, top pick figure. It's good. We got to go back now. But yeah, look, I really appreciate people. Oh, what's that? R-Truth memes are awesome. R-Truth memes are awesome. Main event Fatal 4-Way. LA Truth. Ron Reigns, R. Randy, and AJ Killings. I mean, that is just weird. Weird. Oh, hello, what's this? Raj Giri. Finn Balor's contract is up after WrestleMania. The word I've gotten is that he hasn't been approached to renew yet. Oh, that's interesting. I'm only going to like that. I'm not retweeting it just for the fact Alexa Bliss is in the background, Brady. I know your game. You're just trying to fill up my feed with Alexa Bliss. Right, we are underway. Back underway with the match. Someone is saying he's not playing yet. Someone says he's won, says Kurt. What are you talking about, Kurt? James said, I swear, there's a lot of idiots in the chat that need to read chat messages before pushing send. What if R-Truth is in the Rumble match, but he eliminates himself to protect the Judgment Day? It's the kind of thing I think he could end up doing. And to be honest, it's the kind of thing he should do, isn't it? You know, he came down and grabbed a ladder and chucked it in the ring and thought it was a ladder match when it was the Rumble. So R-Truth getting confused is just one of the joys of modern WWE. So I know a lot of people might look at it and say, oh, I don't want him coming down and messing around or whatever. That is sort of what that's what he's about. So yeah, I wouldn't be against it. I don't think realistically anyone really believes he's going to win the Rumble, but he is so over, though, that if he got down to the final two and it was him and, like, you know, some heel, you know the crowd would be right. It'd be like that Santino moment. Like, you know, the crowd would be right with him, really behind him, rooting him on, you know? Part of me wonders if it might be worth just giving that a go, even if it's not the final two, but the final three. Dominic picks up the win with a big splash. Finn Balor comes in, starts wailing away on The Miz. So let's get people's scores for Miz versus Dominic. DIY are coming down. DIY making their way down. Super kick there by Johnny. Shoulder tackle there by Tommaso. Down goes JD. Tommaso and Finn battling away in the ring. Finn goes to the outsides. Let's get people's thoughts on that last match. Skull crushing connects. So outside interference. Balor pulling JD out the ring. Live, laugh, love sign in the background. A little Jimmy quote, apparently. So DIY came down. They helped The Miz. We're backstage with Damian Priest. Talking about the match between Damian and Drew. Rhea said Damian has got to compete in this match on his own. Do you think we'll get heel versus heel as main event tonight? If so, when did that last happen, said Liam. Oh, here's our truth. More money from our truth. Not the right time. Okay, so Damian's like, this isn't the right time, truth. Drew talks about when he was the man around here, but that was at a time when everyone was struggling. He couldn't beat Gunther, and now he can't beat Seth Rollins. He couldn't beat Bad Bunny. That's more embarrassing. He will receive his punishment. So, Damian Priest says Drew will receive his punishment. I think this will be our main event tonight. Drew's character is quite interesting, though, isn't it? Because it is a heel, but it's sort of, you understand where he's coming from, you know? He more just doesn't care. It's difficult. Is he an outright heel? He just doesn't care. He doesn't care what people think of him, which I suppose makes him a heel. But then Stone Cold didn't care what people thought of him either. Drew Drew is in a very interesting position, isn't he? I think his character is very interesting at the moment. I think you could classify him as a heel, but I think he's a heel that you can understand where he's coming from. No Otis. No, Chad's come down to the ring without Otis. We are going to move on to our next match. It's going to be Ivar against Chad coming up next. And I think it might be time for halftime scores as well. Let's go over to halftime scores.
Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want.
But we've still got the Cody segment as well. Oh my god.
Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Wrestler Andy said, it's like Brett in 97. He makes really good points, but he's just a bit whiny. That's a really good comparison. Dylan said, is it me or are they teasing Damien face turn in the future? He's standing up for himself, isn't he? And I think we can see there's a real strain in the Judgment Day. Someone's going to have to turn. It would probably make sense if Drew was to be kicked out. Damien was to be kicked out, that Damien would be the one. But at the moment, yes, still part of Judgment Day, but clearly at odds with Mommy. Mohammed said Drew is neutral. Liam said 6.5. Let's get to these scores. 6.5 from Liam, 7 from 1 Minute Wrestler, 6.5 from Let Him In. Al said 5.6. Denise said 6.5. Prince said you're NPC for real. David said 4.5. Wisp said 7. Matthew said Drew is neutral. Mitchell said 5.75. Brony said 6. Danny D said 6.5. Zachary said 6.5. K-Dub said 7. Christopher says 4. Marty says 6. James said 2.5. Smurfy says 10 out of 10 for the song. Dylan said, is it me or they teasing Priest face turn in the future? We touched on that. Arborus says 6. Terry said 6.5. We have George with the 6.5, Draco with the 6.5, Kieran with the 6.5, Trafford with the 6.5, Philip with a 7, Billy with a 6.9, K-pop lover with a 6, Chad with a 6, Xposed with a 6, NZ Viking with a 5, Norma with a 4, Stand and Fight said 6. Seth should vacate. Blew my mind then. Got sex on the brain now. I always think about sex when I read Stand and Fight's comments. Stand and Fight, I'm letting my true feelings show now. Nita Nitro said 5.5. Boomers said 5.5. Oh, who's this? What's this? Bronson. I'm fully aware that Jey Uso intends on becoming a singles champion. So do I. Our paths are going to cross. Nothing will stand in my way. Bronson wants Jey. Do you know, we were talking about people maybe not at that level of Drew, Sammy, Kevin, you know, people that you could put in a Rumble and they could win the Rumble and you'd go, yeah, fine, world champion, brilliant, right? Big Bronson Reed is that level below, but if he was to win the Rumble and win and the championship had been on the line, to be honest, I'd be like, okay, we're going in on Big Bronson Reed. I mean, they clearly, the presentation of him is brilliant. Love the presentation of Big Bronson Reed. These backstage promos, him in a suit. He looks great. He just needs to get wins, get momentum, you know. Interesting, him taking on Jay, because I feel the same about Jay as well. So that's going to be an interesting encounter next week. Who's going to emerge victorious there? We're backstage with Otis. Thank you, crew towel. Could you imagine if for some reason he like went on a losing streak and they said he needed to like find himself, and Maxine gave him a towel that said ready, willing, and Gable as a little callback to American Alpha? Oh, that would be cool. When she just gave him that towel, then I thought that's what it was going to say. It didn't. It said, thank you. Thank you. Right, here is Ivar making his way down. Thank you. Yeah, he did, didn't he? Tozawa getting a shock win over Ivar, which is how we've got to this match here. There's no Valhalla with Ivar. Right, we have got 57% good. We've got 18%. We've got 17%. Great. We've got 6% all time. We're doing well at getting the data of what you lot think about these matches. We can add them to the list. Oh, wow. Chad Gable charges over, flips over. Hits Ivar in the head with his with a kick. Chops coming in there by Chad. Chad going over into the corner, gets out the way, goes against the ropes. Ivar went for a clothesline. Fast paced. Oh, wow. Spinning slam by Ivar. Caught Chad. Spun him round. Planted him down. Look at this. Whoa, boom. It's a lovely move. That should be a finisher. That's a lovely move. Well, that has certainly halted the momentum of Chad. Ivar, though, tries to drop an elbow. Chad moves out the way. Forearm. Knee. Uppercut. Clothesline by Ivar. Kick to the midsection by Chad. Chad goes against the ropes. Swinging net breaker. And Chad goes right over to the other side. Jinder is being hindered once again. The disrespect. Flying headbutt. Oh, look moody, man. 1, 2. Kick out by Ivar. K-Dub said that would have been some long-term storytelling with the ready Gable towel. They could always do it, you know, go back to it. It'd be a nice little moment. Thing with those moments, they are a little bit inside baseball, you know. You've kind of got to have been watching to get them types of references, and you can understand why WWE don't really like to do that too much, because you alienate the new fans, which is fine. I get it, you know, totally get it. But yeah, you could do some nice little moments like that from time to time. Chad goes to the outsides. Kieran said, where's the other Viking Raider? He should be returning soon. Don't know when he's back, to be honest. I don't expect him for the Rumble, but yeah, he's been gone a little bit, hasn't he, Eric? Matt Jason said, people will treat this as a match for a break, but don't know what they're missing. Philip said, for the love of Christ, can we please just get Chad beating Gunther for the IC title at Mania, please? Ivar has given him a tour of the islands. Is that what it's called? That would be a sick name. That kind of spinning slam, tour of the islands. I like that name. Kian said, did you get my email? I hope you're doing well and you've got a great stream. Triple H is going to do with the tag titles for WrestleMania. I hope it's a multi-person match. I haven't seen your email. I'm a bit behind on emails. In regards to the tag titles, I'm hoping it's a multi-person match. Last year we had a one-on-one match, didn't we, in the main event? I just think it's been long enough now where we could do, like, we did a multi-person tag title match at like WrestleMania 33. Do you remember when the Hardys came back? That was cool. But the teams weren't that great. We're very blessed to have some really great teams now. DIY, Creeds, Judgment Day, New Day obviously still around, Imperium still around. There's a lot of really credible teams. You could do something quite special. So I don't know if you do like a TLC with like pick 3 good teams and do that. It's something that's been in the chat already. I agree with it. I agree with it. We did a one-on-one match last year and it was in the main event, so we could do something fun this year. And I think there's so many good teams that why not have a multi-team match? Let's go for it. A. Jobson said Chad could have easily been Kurt Angle 2.0 if WWE had been competent in their writing. IFAL said evening days. Evening. Just got home from work, ready to hear about all the craziness. I hope the show has been good so far. Well, the big thing you need to know is Seth. And he came out and said that he is going to be out for 3 to 4 months. Or been told he'll be out for 3 to 4 months. But he is going to work hard to get back for WrestleMania. And he's not going to vacate the title. He's going to go in as planned as champion. And people are split as to whether that was the right call or not. People are pretty 50-50. We did a poll. It was 52% didn't like it. 48 did. Basically 50-50. So that's the big news. Rumble is still going to be, you know, whoever wins main events WrestleMania. My mind hasn't changed on that. I thought it was Punk. I still think it's Punk. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Cody and Punk have got to say. We've still got that segment still to come. So we are sneaking our way towards the final hour. Beautiful superplex there by Chad. Beautiful. So we are sneaking our way towards the final hour, but we've still got that big segment still to come. And of course, we've still got Damian and Drew. That should be a lot of fun. Lovely crossbody there by Ivar. Massive superplex by Chad. Chad is mid at best, says the man. James said, am I the only one that cringes a bit every time Gable hits the flying headbutt? No, I hate it. I hate it. I don't care if people call me soft. Not bothered. Don't think they should do it in the modern age. There's no need. You know, it's not a move that like people lose their minds over. It doesn't add anything to the match, and we know that we know that CTE is a thing. We know that like, you know, there is an issue there. So why do we do it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it. Oof. Dragon screw. Beautiful dragon screw by Chad. He's on the shoulders of Ivar. Rolls through. Goes for the pin. He's trying to grab a hold of the leg. He's looking for the ankle lock. And there we go. It is locked in. Chad has got an ankle lock on Ivar. Are they going to have Ivar lose? Kick out there. Kicks Chad off of him. Oh my god. He just sat down on Gable. Ivar going up top. comes down, leg drop from the top. That's surely going to do it. Surely. 1, 2, kick out. Wow. Leg drop from the top, but a kick out by Chad Gable. Wow. Who would you rather join WWE, MJF or Okada? Probably MJF, because I think he could cause more carnage. I think you're getting promos from MJF that you're not really getting from Okada. You can do those good Shinsuke promos. It's going to hit different, though, if MJF's in the ring going back and forth, you know? So, Okada, one of the greatest to ever do it. But MJF is younger. He can go in the ring. We know how good his promos are. So if they had enough money for one, I would go MJF. Sit down, spine buster there by Ivar. Kick out by Chad. I don't know how old Okada is. I think is he about 36. I mean, to be honest, he's still got a lot of years ahead of him. He's still got a lot of years, but you're getting a lot more years with MJF. If Okada's got 8 years, MJF has got, I don't know, 20. Ivar's gone up. This is a great match. More big moonsault. Chad moves out the way. Chad with a deadlift German. 1, 2. Oh, wow. Brilliant. Brilliant. Look at this from Chad. Bang. Chad in the corner as Ivar comes over. Chop coming in. I think it's the best match we've seen so far. Ivar is looking to superplex Chad. Chad lands. Oh, love that. He goes round the back of Ivar into a German. Ivar's down. Chad climbing up. Oh, Valhalla screams in the face of Chad. Oof. That's a shame, innit? Valhalla just goes, ah. And he's like, what are you doing? But it was enough for Ivar to regain the momentum. Valhalla now with her hands in the air. The moonsault's coming. Ivar lands. 1, 2, 3. Chad loses. People won't like that finish. People ain't gonna like it. Banging contest, though. Wade Barrett said that was absolutely wild. People ain't gonna like it. That is amazing. Look, gets round the back into a German. Wow. And then she comes along and goes... In my mind, she's been eating onion backstage. And then into a moonsault by Ivar. Mitchell said, we just can't have a match with no interference. No, we don't deserve it. We don't deserve defending champions, and we don't deserve matches without interference. You either need to accept that or you need to leave, right? Here's CM Punk. CM Punk backstage. Some dude with a camera films. Cody said he knows what they need to talk about. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody. Right, women's watch. Oh, hello. Honestly, he's the greatest at what he does. He's done this for, what, 25 years? I can't even imagine being able to be consistent with that. He did 2 shows every week. I get tired doing 1. I will give him all his flowers and respect all that stuff. Is that Bailey? Oh, no one wants that. No one wants that. Why does anyone want to hear Bailey saying nice things about Michael Cole? That's no fun at all. I regret showing you that. I wish I could unlike something. I would unlike it. I like this women's watch, though. What else is women's watch following? Feels like Finn has devolved a little bit from leader to follower. I agree with this. Since his feud with Seth wrapped up, leaving Damian and Rhea to battle it out for leader of Judgment Day, both of whom seem to be working their own plans for the future. I agree with that. I agree with that. I don't like hearing about good stuff from Bailey, though. I want to see them 2 have a match. It should be Bailey versus Michael Cole. I'm not into intergender matches. I really don't like them. I know that a lot of people do. I don't. Because I think that if you are a men's wrestler and you've made it to WWE, you are surely one of the best men's wrestlers in the world. So you should have too much to go up against, like, the women. It's like the best men's tennis players going up against the best women's tennis players, right? It's like the best men's footballers playing the best women's footballers, right? Feel pretty confident that the men would be able to get past the women. That's no disrespect. We're just built different. So I'm not a fan of it. But Michael Cole is not one of the world's best wrestlers. Breaking news. He's not one of the world's best wrestlers. So him getting chucked around by Bailey at WrestleMania, putting his undefeated WrestleMania streak on the line. Sign me up for that. What's this from Jordan? Do you think there will be a WrestleMania in Wales in the future? It's unlikely, isn't it? Unlikely. I don't know why I'm shouting it. Unlikely. Is there an E in unlikely? But never say never. If I knew how to say never in Welsh, that would work really well, wouldn't it? It'd be really good if I could do that and then translate it to Welsh, but I don't think I can do that. Oh, translate to English? No, I want Welsh. That would be really good. Unlikely, but nardy-de-nardy. Which would be Welsh for never say never. Nardy-de-nardy. What else we got? Gaming Enigma said, if I've not finished the story by 2K25, don't bring me back for the commercial. Don't put me on the cover. Don't put me anywhere near it. I won't deserve it. But it's fun that it's happening in real time. Is that an actual quote that he's come out with? If I've not finished it by 2K25, don't put me on the commercial. If that's an actual Cody quote, that's quite fun. And there he is, look, signing backstage. Cody is so real for using this fire burns. I don't know what that means. It must be a song. I'm not playing it. Cody caught using CM Punk's This Fire Burns theme ahead of... so he's using CM Punk's theme. Okay. Right. Love and WWE only on Hulu early February. No one wants to go to Wales, said James. That's true. I do like Cardiff, though. I've been to Cardiff a few times. It is, it's a good place to visit. In all fairness, we are seeing that road in New Orleans, Bourbon Street, something like that. Here's Cody. Here we go. Cody and CM Punk. He said he knew what they should talk about. I'd love it if they come out and they're like, do you think he should have vacated? And Punk's like, yeah, he probably should. Yeah, I thought this. I think he should have as well. We do need a fighting champion. Disappointing. That's it. And they go, see you at the Rumble. Yeah, see you there. Thanks, everyone. Bye. Nile said, Pewditch be the Nile, shout out to you. I'm going to translate that. I'm hoping it's what I was looking for. Never say never. Let's have a look. Translate. It's a tough language, Welsh. Oh. According to this, it translates as never say it, rather than never say never.
Take your beth a dweud.
See what I mean? How the flip is anyone ever meant to say that?
Take your beth a dweud.
I mean, that's just that's alien, isn't it? It's not even like from... this isn't something our species is capable of saying.
Take your beth a dweud. Never say it.
That is not what I was looking for. I was looking for never say never. Let's change this. English, Welsh. Never say never. It's apparently that one.
Beth dweud beth.
Jesus.
Never say never.
There we go. So, close. Who was it? Nile. Oh, Nile, if you're Welsh, you might have to hand your passport in. Because you were close, but... Oh. Never trust translate with Welsh, says Nile. I'm afraid I have to. It's all I can go off. I have to trust it, Nile. I have to. Here's CM Punk. I'm in my eyes. CM Punk. Say go F yourself in Welsh. Well, there's no time for that, William. And trust me, I get told it enough in English. CM Punk has made his way down. Trina said, do you think they'll ever do a Rumble with joint winners like Lex Luger and Bret Hart again? Yes, I do. How would you feel about it? Depends what the story is. And would they give Chad the blessing to use the Angle Olympic Slam? I wish they'd give Chad the Angle. Yeah, that'd be good. The problem is you don't want to lean too much into the Kurt Angle thing. Chad Gable is Chad Gable. You know? I understand the very easy comparison, obviously comparison to Kurt Angle. But to casual fans, he's never going to be Kurt Angle. He is someone that I think we've got a very healthy respect for. And so I don't mind a little bit of curtness, a little bit of the old ankle lock and whatever, but I think there has to come a point where he has to be Chad Gable. He has to be himself. He has to forge his own path, you know, so you can give him the Angle Slam. You could do that, but nothing more after that. That's what I would say. Nothing more now. Handshake between Cody and CM Punk. What would get your reaction be if MJF entered the Rumble as a surprise? I'd be stunned. I'm not expecting it. And I even put it in my prediction video. I'm not expecting it. So I would be shocked. Now, this is going to be quite the segment. Cody and CM Punk in the ring. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. Cody looking around at the fans. CM Punk looking around at the fans. These two standing in the ring, little smile on Cody's face. Lovely, love the camera shot that's like panning round. Looks great. You and I have been on very different paths to be here. On Sunday morning, I hope we're still friends. Cody chants. I'm trying to hear the chants. Cody chants. He said, I hope we're still friends come Sunday morning. He looks like he's about to cry already, Cody. So, Nola. Or more specifically, CM Punk. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? Probably the Rumble. Probably the Rumble. Big CM Punk chants. So we just had some Cody chants. Now we've got some CM Punk chants. I want to talk about your dad. Wasn't expecting that. Wasn't expecting that. Your father called me to tell me that he was sending his youngest son to start his journey on professional wrestling. And he said to me, I want you to keep an eye on my kid. When the American dream asks you for a favor, you do it. It wasn't a hard job. Man, this is so good. I'm proud of you. I feel like I'm breaking a promise on Saturday. I won't be looking out for you on Saturday. I'm going to do what I have to do. CM Punk will win the Royal Rumble. This is interesting. I love Punk, but Cody shouldn't be pushed aside for him, said Alan. I hear people chanting AEW, said Flint. Cody talks about the shadow of his dad. He said, I've done a lot since I've left here to try and be the light in that shadow. So he talks about going to OVW. You could have treated me poorly in the OVW, but you didn't. In the Rumble, there are no friends. It's a good segment. We knew it would be. I love the talk of Dusty. Anything that's going to bring Dusty in is always going to be great. I can separate business from personal. Can you? Personal to you is this business. You and I have traveled very different paths. I saw the burden of your last name. I love that. I didn't see a nepotism hire. I saw the burden of your last name. I love that line. Two different paths, but a very similar goal. CM Punk's killing this, said Theodore. I didn't have the famous dad. My dad was an electrician. I'm more of the American dream than you are. Cody's computing that. Okay. Okay, American dream. Let's talk about the pipe bomb. You sat up there. You said a few words. Mm-hmm. So it says you inspired lots. You gave out the blueprint for the revolution. And then you left. And when you left, you really left? Left? Everything you spoke about, I literally did. Where you talked, I walked, and that makes me more CM Punk than you. And CM Punk kind of likes that. Very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. Defcon said CM Punk brought barbecue sauce to this roast. And the jacket's coming off. You're more CM Punk than I am. Congrats on being on the cover. On sale pretty soon, I'm sure. Okay. He said, he's just quoting John Wayne. Cody is. That direction at the Rumble goes through you. He knocks CM Punk as he walks past him. These two get face to face right now. Nose to nose. Cody, CM Punk. There were some really good lines exchanged in there. I love the CM Punk line about being more American Dream, what with his dad being an electrician. Cody pointing out, well, you might have talked the pipe bomb. I walked the pipe bomb. I'm more CM Punk than you. I don't think all of it hit. I don't think everything landed. It didn't need to. These are two of the biggest wrestling personalities in the world of this generation. And wherever we go from here, this is going to be magic. They both step outside the ring. There was a little knocking into each other there. Looked like fireworks were about to go off. Cody walks away. Calm said, do we hear voice in our heads? They talk to us. They understand. They talk to each other. The promo is a 9.5, said David. AEW are crying right now. How do we gauge this? Let's do put your money on me. Punk goes over to Wade Barrett and said, put your money on me. Let's do a promo score there, shall we? Let's get people putting in their thoughts and scores for the promo. "40 years ago tomorrow, Hulkamania." 40 years ago, Madison. Oh man, and he's not even there. Pins and needles. Leg drop on the Iron Sheik. Hulkamania was born. I had no idea how powerful that really was. Wow. It's very difficult to separate the man from the character. Many don't forgive the man. Some do. But forget the man for a second. The character of Hulk Hogan. Wow. I'm sure he'll be at WrestleMania. He's talking about some of the superstars around, like Bailey and Becky. It goes on and on. I would not want to be in that Rumble. What? The women's Rumble? I would not want to be in that Rumble. What? The women's one? CM Punk. Don't forget the wild card. Anyone can show up. You never know. I might have one left in me. Hogan's going to be in the Rumble. Okay, they're playing the music. I wonder if they are gauging the reaction. Everyone's just sort of sat there. Wrong. I think it's wrong that he's not there. It doesn't feel right to talk about 40 years of Hulkamania and play the music and not have him come walking out. Doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. Who says these are the two biggest personalities in the world? I'm not following that, says Oblong Box. I could care less about either one of them. If you feel that way, cool, but not everyone does. I think it's undeniable they're two of the biggest personalities, though, in all of wrestling right now. That is actually undeniable. Cody main evented WrestleMania last year. He's trying to finish his story. He's on the cover of the game for whatever that counts. He's the biggest merch seller. So whether you like them or not is irrelevant. They are factually two of the biggest right now. I get your point, though. I mean, you can't say they are the two biggest, because we live in a world that's got Roman Reigns, and we've also got, many other superstars that people prefer from a preference point of view. But yeah, that's two of the biggest right now. I don't think there's no lies detected. Hogan Andre 2 is still the highest viewed TV wrestling show of all time, said Zoom Station. David said, why does Candice LeRae have a job? Bring back Linda Miles. Chris said, I would rather Shane O'Mac at the Rumble than Hulk. Well, hang on, Chris. Come on, listen, we've all had a drink, right? We're all a little bit tipsy. Let's settle that down, shall we? I don't know if we really do want Shane there. Matt Jason said last year with Cody returning made it obvious who was the Rumble winner. This year, each story line has someone who wants to win, so it makes you think anyone can win the Rumble. Did the promo make you more excited for the Rumble, said Philip. No, but then I don't know that really any promo could have made me more excited. The only way I could have got more excited is if Seth's promo had resulted in him vacating the belt. I mean, I'm about as excited as you can get for a Rumble anyway, because I love the Rumble. I think that promo was really, really good. I am not gonna go as far as to say it was an all-time promo, though. It's not a promo that I think in a month's time or whatever, or even at the end of the year, we're going to be saying was promo of the year. I think it was a great segment. I think there was some great lines. I think it was captivating, edge of the seats. I think there was some really, really good stuff. But then, wouldn't you expect that from Cody and CM Punk? Wouldn't you? I would expect that. They delivered the segment I thought they were going to deliver. The only thing that kind of caught me off guard was Punk starting off with Dusty Rhodes stuff. But I love it because it's obviously a story I've never heard before. I genuinely haven't heard him talk about how Dusty is called him up and said, can you look after my boy? I've never heard that story. And I love that story. And I love how we explored Cody saying, I'd never done anything. Clearly, I was only there because of my dad. And I love how CM Punk said, well, I didn't view it as nepotism. I viewed it as like that was a burden of a surname for you to have to carry around. And there were moments where like Cody looks like he's about to burst in tears, but as we said, I think he's about to burst in tears when he goes grocery shopping. I mean, this guy is just always on the edge of bursting into tears. That's what he does. So I kind of I didn't think all of it landed, as I said earlier. There was bits of it where I was like, okay, kind of come back with this, and he said this, and yeah, okay, that was okay. It wasn't one that I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. What's this, though? What are we doing here? Hulkamania for your merchandise. So, WWE Shop have got a range. Hulkamania, yeah. But I thought it was really, really good. It was a very captivating segment and ticked the boxes. Let's go. I wish I had muscles. Oh, I'd love to have some muscles. It's just not the same when you try to recreate like famous Hogan poses and you look like the Mr. Muscle Man. Okay, we've got Candice and Indy. They're in the ring getting ready to take on Shayna and Zoe. Let's go. Modern Mogan said, Days, do you think we get Okada at Mania for Seth's return match? We could do mystery opponent story with the heavyweight title and then it's Okada. I don't think so. I think he goes to AEW is my honest answer. Gringo said, I was at high school when Cody debuted for WWE. For me, that promo was special. David said, we need Taylor Swift in the Rumble and her to face off with Nia Jax. Jordan said something in Welsh. I think it's Welsh. He might have had a stroke. Mateo said, Days, little Jimmy entrant 30 eliminates R-Truth to set up the biggest feud of the century. Here is the thing, said the Young Bucks had promo of the year. They are always the best on promos. Flint, the squishy fish, said, why didn't Edge become WWE or Universal Champion? Because he's rubbish. Nah, it's just hard, wasn't it? Because Roman's had the title kind of locked down, the Universal title locked down since 2020. He could have gone after the other one, but, you know, we've obviously told a few other stories with that, and Roman got his hands on that at, what, WrestleMania 38? So, you know, there was a window where Edge maybe could have got his hands on it, but Brock had it. And then after Brock had it, Roman had it, and Roman's had it ever since. So Edge, I think, is just really unfortunate that he came back during one of the most dominant reigns that we've seen in like, you know, ever. So I think there's a little bit of that to it. And I can't imagine that the pandemic helped, you know, because like we couldn't get like the crowd reactions and everything. So, you know, pandemic was obviously a disruption. Roman's title reign has been a disruption. Brock has obviously had a run with the belt as well. I think during that time period, we had a little look at Big E. And so it just never got round to Edge. Just never got round to him. I think he would have liked it, though. We all know Bubba the Love Sponge's favourite Hulk performance. Do you think we could get Okada? We read that one. Smurfy said, if I went to the grocery store, Bailey's cakes would make me emotional. Hulk Hogan goes to the ring with his walker, falls down, rolls under the ring to mimic the one in Saudi, but we don't see him again and no one can find him. That would be quite the end to Hulkamania. That would be quite the end, wouldn't it? He went under the ring. He was never seen again. He never turned up at his beat shops. He's not been doing any, private sign-ins or any appearance. He's just gone. He's not even at his bar. He just went under the ring and he's just... He's gone to, what was it? Little Person Court. DX, they went under the ring, didn't they? ended up in like this other world. Stu said, kick the cockpit door down. Take the 2 pilots that have already made the sacrifice so that you can face this challenge. Dispose of them, Hulk Hogan. Assume the controls, Hulk Hogan. That's a hell of a promo, which I could not have read out worse. I was 20 minutes behind on the stream, said Kervin. I would imagine that'd be quite confusing. Final 4 in the Rumble. Punk, Cody, Brock, and Gunther. Oblonbok said, damn, shame you've got 4 women of this caliber in this tag match, and no one in the audience seems to give a damn. They are struggling a little bit more, aren't they, with this? I think it's always a difficult spot when you have to go in after, like, you know, I mean, everyone was on the edge of their seat watching that Cody CM Punk thing, so this is the, I suppose, I'm going to go to the bathroom. It's the bathroom break thing. I agree, though. I really like these women. They don't deserve to be in this spot. It is, but anything here, I think, was going to struggle after that segment. Hasib said, Days, do 10 press-ups now, then you'll get muscles. I think it's cute. You think I could do 10 press-ups? Mate, you wouldn't see me for the rest of the stream. I'd be wheezing away on the floor. I'd be like, give me a minute. Hang on. Actually, guys, I'm going to end the stream now. I think I'm passing out. Shall I go to the light? Right, Spinebuster there by Indy. Cleveland Brown said, bring in Nia Jax to destroy them. That'll get the crowd into it. Boxing said, Days was the special guest ref. Then it would be interesting. Oh, do you know, funny you should mention the ref. She did a great video on social media. I can't remember her name. Let's have a look. Let's give her the credit she deserves. It was... Let's go down. Daphne. Ref Daff. She did a video. I've got the clip of it here. So she's just talking like, I'm a ref. Yes, we are sitting and waiting to go and break up a fight backstage. Anything could happen here. And then it just shows her warming up to have to run out there if needed. I'm a referee. Of course I suck when your favourite isn't winning. I'm a referee. Of course everyone says I'm blind, but I'm not. I'm nearsighted. It's different. Of course I know all the wrestlers. And no, I won't relay a message for you. And she says, like, she knows it's a wrestler's world. She didn't get any help to film this. It's just her backstage having a bit of fun. But it was really good. It was really good. It's a good little clip. Right. We've got Shayna and Zoe victorious. We need to end the poll on that promo. So you can see what people thought about the promo. Let's ask people what they thought about the match. Caden and Katana, Asuka and Kairi attacking. Kabuki Warriors laying into the champs. Yeah, they have got a title opportunity on SmackDown. Dakota Kai is in the ring with Asuka and Kairi. Caden and Katana laid out. We're backstage with Drew. Oh, is that new merch for Drew? Shayna and Zoe versus Indy and Candice. Nothing. Anything I've got to say, I've said to their faces. I heard what Priest had to say. I'm sick of people trying to put a negative spin. That's the most proud I've ever been in my career. People literally told me that we saved their lives. He is so good, isn't he? Promo-wise, he is really, really good. He is doing some of the best work I've ever seen from him. You know, he says, you know, if you want to be world champion, you've got to be physically tough. You've got to be mentally tough. And if you're not there yet, well, that's not my problem. This is Drew McIntyre approaching his final form. Really putting it all together. Not giving a flip. Good. Up to now, this has not been as good of a Raw as I thought they would put on compared to NFL competition. David said, Drew carried the company during the pandemic. That is 100% true. Kervin said number 30 is going to be Jack Swagger. K-Dub said, Drew and Mox during COVID saved us all. A. Jobson said, Kenny Omega, he tore up his contract like Jack Perry. Intoxicated Drum said, the Warriors should take the titles. Stu said, go and tell Rollins, Drew, take what's yours. James said, this has been good. Erasure Mind said, Bray was also a huge part of the entertainment during the pandemic. Seeb said, out of the 3 confrontations Punk has had now with Seth, Drew, and Cody, what has been your favorite? Probably the Seth one. Probably the Seth one. I think because it was the... Am I right in saying it was the first one? And we know that Seth doesn't like CM Punk. A lot of people look at, and they might do the same here as well, right? I don't look at these encounters and go, oh my God, guys, who won? Who won? I don't look at it that way. I don't think it's not really about winning. You can win in a promo battle. I don't disagree with that. But I don't think we're trying to position them to, like, to get wins in promo battles. We're trying to get them to make the points they need to tell the story that needs to be told. It's not so much about firing off zingers so that, yeah, I won that, check me out, right? It's more about adding context to the story and fleshing out the story. So to me, I didn't watch Seth and CM Punk and go, oh, he murdered him, blah, 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 or anything like this. I know others did. But to me, they did what was needed to be done. You know, in that promo, CM Punk sat back and he just let him go. Let Seth get it off his chest. And basically said to him after, that's your one free shot. I will never allow you to do that again. But I've let you get it off your chest, basically. And I thought it was really interesting. You know, Seth had plenty to say. He basically said, you know, you're either going to get driven, you're going to drive yourself out of here. You know, I'll give you enough rope to hang yourself. And if for some miracle you don't, somehow you do manage to stay around without causing any backstage like issues, then I relish the day that I can prove I'm better than you in the ring. I think because they don't like each other, it made for a very interesting face-off. And I think that heat is real heat as well. I mean, I don't think it's all real, but I think that there is some tension there. I think they don't like each other. Whereas I think Cody and CM Punk, you know, we know the situation there. They both want to win the Rumble, basically. I thought it was still very good. But if I had to pick one, I think the Seth one was probably my favourite one. Hello, we're backstage with Damage Control. We're bickering away. They've bumped into Tegan and Natalia. I didn't invite you here to go into business for yourself. Once the Kabuki Warriors are tag champs, you'll be seeing a lot more of us. Oh, Indashia. Jinder! Yes! Most talked about star of 2024. I injured your world heavyweight champion. So Indashia and Jinder are meeting with Adam Pearce in a few minutes to discuss what 2024 is going to look like. Adam Pearce said, I need a drink. He's just had to deal with Damage Control. Now he's having to deal with Indashia. Kappa Owen said, they say Roman is a better promo than Drew. Well, I think Romo's a good promo, but Drew is doing fantastic work. I mean, the online promos he's doing on like his TikTok that people tag me in, brilliant. He's doing some great stuff. And yeah, he's just killing it. He's just killing it. That was a great little thing. Didn't outstay its welcome. Said what he needed to said. What did you think about Cody and CM Punk? Not bothered. I've said everything I need to say to those two. What did catch my ear was what Damian Priest said. And oh, bang, he was off then. Saying that he's sick about being disrespected. It is true that things were different. Things were different in the world. But it's the proudest moment of his career. He listed off a load of people that were on the roster at that time. He was the top of the heap. And, you know, he went into question Damian. And if Damian has got it, sets us up for the match, our main event match, which we've only got 25 minutes left to go. But, oh man, so good. Really, really good. Michael Cole, Bad Bunny, AJ Styles, and the countless mind-blowing returns like John Cena, Rey Mysterio, Triple H. That CM Punk one doesn't count. How are you doing? That Cody back and forth was good. Can't wait for the Rumble. I did send a super sticker. Oh, I haven't been into the super chat thing for a little bit. Let's try and catch up. Timothy said, the one thing I want to say is I want truth. I remember this. This is when Nile lied. Do you remember when Nile lied earlier about the Welsh thing that wasn't correct? Do you remember that? Do you remember, Nile, if you're still around, do you remember sending that when you was wrong? Google Translate said you was wrong. Nile, do you remember that? Nile, do you remember that? I think Niall's gone. Devcon said about CM Punk bringing the barbecue sauce to the roast. Brad, appreciate the support, my friends. The sticker is just frozen, though. Just it looks horrified. I don't know why. I'll be interested to know what people think about this show. It'll be interesting to see what the scores are for this show. I don't know if it's lived up to people's expectation. I feel like it's been a bit of an average show, but with some big moments, like what's Seth gonna say, what's Cody and Punk gonna say. I think the Ivar match with Chad was very good. Got its head above the water, definitely. But then, you know, a lot of the other bits have just sort of been there. So I don't know. There'll be an interesting one to see what the scores come in as. Kappa Owens, we read that as well about Roman being a better promo. Is he? Is he a better promo? We're just previewing the Rumble. They've just shown some of the announced participants. Not many have been announced. Now they're pointing out Logan and Kevin will battle for the United States Championship. And of course, for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. Randy Orton, LA Knight, AJ Styles battling a fatal 4-way with Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns, heavy favourite to come out of that as champion. But is this where it ends? Do we get a new champ? One match left to go then, and it is our main event. So let's get rid of the poll. I think it's been up long enough. And we've got Damian Priest about to make his way down. Final four, Punk, Cody, Drew, Gunther. Cody puts out Gunther. Punk puts out Drew. Punk puts out Cody, says A. Jobson. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Don't forget, we are going to be live super early on Saturday. I mean, this is one of the biggest shows, and we will be live hours before the kickoff show. We're going to cover everything and more. Whatever thoughts you've got, whatever theories you've got, whatever comments you've got, bring them and more. Because we will go through it all this Saturday. As I said, if you do get chance, if you are someone that's going to be joining us for that stream anyway, if you do get chance to just leave a like on it, it'd be appreciated because it's up now. So, you know, the road to 1,000 likes has actually already begun. We'll do that, I think, for the bigger ones. We'll do that kind of for Rumble, WrestleMania, SummerSlam. So if we get to 1,000, it seems to just help the stream a bit more. I don't know why. Algorithms that I just don't understand. Wrestle Andy said, Cody versus Punk, main events, the Chamber pay-per-view. Jim said, this show has surpassed my expectations. Chris said, the only reason I give a 10% chance of Roman losing is because he doesn't have to. The guy in the green shirt will be in the front row. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think the guy in the green shirt is going to be there. Do you know what? We should do that now. We should stop predicting things that are difficult. Start predicting things that are a bit easier. We should start doing that. I think my Royal Rumble prediction is Michael Cole is going to be on commentary. That's it. That's my only prediction. And if I get it right, I can then brag that I've got 100% success rate. That's my prediction. Michael Cole on commentary. That is much easier and a much better way of doing predictions. And then I can spend all year gloating about the fact I've not been wrong. Kappa said, why are mates voting these matches all time? Why are people voting all time? To be honest, I don't mind. I don't know why that's happening. I think it's because, you know, there are some very passionate WWE fans that don't want to admit maybe that certain matches are any less than perfect, right? We can't show any weakness against the AEW fans. So we will not consider any match to be less than all time. Every match WWE does is all time. But I don't mind because obviously that's been that way since we started doing this. And so it's sort of already factored into the system. So it's fine. It's fine. Just bring your honest opinions for the matches. That's all we that's all we ask for. And you know, actually, I'd say the results are getting probably more accurate the more time's going by. I think people are starting to see that, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're not comparing to AEW. So, you know, we're comparing to other matches from WWE. We're trying to find what the best WWE matches are. So we don't have to go down that road of like saying everything's perfect when it isn't. We don't have to do that. We're trying to figure out how WWE compares to itself. And it's making for a very interesting list. It's making for a good list. So we can have a little look at it as soon as we're done with this show. We've got 17 minutes left of this week's Raw. Thankfully, they're not announcing number 30 like they have in the past, said Smurfy Tunes. Johnny said, here's another prediction. Brock Lesnar guy is going to be in the crowd. I think Jay eliminates Jimmy from the Rumble, which is going to pee off Roman. He'll tell Jay to sort it, which then will set up the Mania match. Oh, that's a good prediction. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. That's a really good prediction. I haven't caught up with Wolf. I've actually been there, Jordan. I was going to say I haven't caught up with this, but here's the longest place name, I believe, in the world. The longest town name in Europe. Second to an... Oh, it's the second longest, but the longest in Europe. I just know it ends go, go, goch. But I've been there. I've actually visited this sign. I mean, it's just not right, is it? If the language you speak results in a place name having to be this long, your language is broken. That's what I would say. Jordan said, try say this, I'm a proud Welshian. That's not how you say it. It's not Welshian. That's not a thing, is it? Isn't it just, I'm Welsh and proud? Welshian. Welshian's not a thing. Is Welshian a thing? I've never heard Welshian in my life. Welshian. Dun, 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 dun. Right, Drew making his way down. We're running out of time here. Welshian. Is Welshian a thing? Ryback returns at the Royal Rumble, said Prince Moolah. Welshian is not a thing. What is it with these Welsh people making things up? Hey? Do you remember earlier with Nile? When Nile sent that super chat and then we translated it on Google Translate. Wasn't what we were looking for. And now they're making up things like Welshian? I think that's all that language is. They just make it up on the spot. And it's like, yeah, no, it's fine, it's Welsh. Are you sure that's right? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Days, I don't think CM Punk is going to win the Rumble after that Seth promo, said HJ. Who do you think HJ wins the Rumble then? Travis said, my prediction is I won't be at the Rumble. Ooh. I hope you get that right. Good luck with that. You've gone big. You've gone big. I went big with trying to guess the commentator. The lead commentator. Because it could be Kevin Patrick. Couldn't it? Could be Kevin Patrick. Could be Vince McMahon. He might come back, give it a go. Could be JR. But I've got Michael Cole. We'll see how I do. But yeah, Travis, shout out to you. I hope you're not at the Royal Rumble. I hope you get that right. Drew has got a headlock on Damien. It is time for our main events. James said, I meant Roman tells Jimmy to sort it, not Jay. No, I got you. I got you. Bishop said, Days, don't you think it's strange? I do. Yep, Bishop, confirmed. Against the ropes goes Drew, shoulder tackle. Damien goes back. Headbutt by Damien. Can't do that. That's how they greet each other in Scotland. Kick coming into the midsection by Damien. Bishop said, don't you think it's strange WWE hasn't announced anyone for the Hall of Fame? I don't know that they do it this early, don't they? Is it not in between Rumble and WrestleMania? When was the first announcement last year? That would be my question. And I expect an answer now. I'm going to have a look. Will it be on the Wikipedia? That's what I'm thinking. Hall of Fame 2023. Will it say on there as to when they started announcing it? In my mind, it's not till after the Rumble. Ray was announced as the first individual on March 10th. There we go. March 15th was the Great Muta. March 20th was Andy Kaufman. March 27th was Stacy Keibler. March 29th, Tim White was given the Warrior Award. Dana Warrior did not present the award. She was let go, wasn't she? I think they let her go. I think that's probably why. Clothesline by Drew. Damien on the outside. Belly to belly? No. Into the ring post goes Drew. Do you follow Firestar Pro Wrestling? No. This is going to be ugly. Oh, Drew gets planted on the commentary table and it didn't buckle. Oh my God, Drew must be light as a feather. That table buckles if you look at it. He gets slammed on the commentary table and the table's like, not bothered. Just stayed there. Liam said, my prediction is that they're gonna be a draw between Punk and Cody at the Rumble, which leads to Punk Cody at the Chamber. Oh, mate, you've gone big there. You might have gone a bit too big. But you think that it's going to be a draw between Punk and Cody, and then that leads to the Chamber, and we do Punk Cody, winner gets to finish their story. Could be. Could be. Braun and Omos return to the Rumble. It's a real table. Cry me a river, said Dark Angel. I think Hulk Hogan will make a surprise appearance at the Rumble, said Darren Guy. They're in Tampa, aren't they? And he lives in that area. I don't know exactly where he lives. I know his shop is on Clearwater, which is the Tampa Bay area. I think he lives there as well. Not in his shop, but in that area. If CM Punk had to win the Rumble and main event with Seth, why didn't Seth relinquish the title? Thoughts? If CM Punk has to win the Rumble to main event with Seth, then why didn't Seth relinquish the title? What? I think they want Seth to be champ at WrestleMania, and I don't believe the 3 to 4 months. So I think that Seth is going to be out for, I don't know, 6 weeks, whatever, right? Month and a half. He'll come back like mid-April. Mid-March, sorry, and he can go into Mania with the belt. I think Punk winning the Rumble to face Seth as champion feels like where we were heading, and I think that if you was to have Seth relinquish the title, then that's clearly not the way that we're going. It would change that. It would change it. Depends how much it would change it, because you could have Punk as champion going up against Seth as challenger, but they seemingly don't want to go that way. I mean, it is true that we could go a different direction, but Seth and Punk just very much feels like everything seems to be flowing in that direction. You know, Seth and Punk feels like the match that we're going to get, or certainly feels that way to me. So I think that they want Punk winning the Rumble. I've got Punk winning the Rumble. I still feel really good about it, and certainly now that Seth's champ, because Punk ain't going to pick Roman to go after. He's going to go after Seth. He's going to go after the Raw champion, and the Raw champion is Seth. So Punk wins the Rumble. He still gets to pick Seth. We still get that match. So everything still lines up. So I'm still feeling pretty good about Punk winning the Rumble. Like Liam said, though, do you do Punk and Cody winning the Rumble, and then that means you've got a juicy match for Elimination Chamber? You know, do you do that? You could go that way. It's been a while since we had dual winners. Kick out there by McIntyre. The only way Seth is not out 3 months minimum is if the injury is a complete work. That injury takes 6 months for a regular person. I don't agree with that. It said on the internet, the site I went to, that it was anywhere between 4 to 12 weeks. Well, I don't think this injury is a complete work. I mean, the reports are that leaked to the dirt sheets or through the dirt sheets was a torn MCL and a partially torn meniscus. That would suggest that they have done a scan and that these results have come back and the dirt sheets have managed to get a hold of them. Or, you know, the dirt sheets have found a way of getting the information. But dirt sheets reported that before Seth even said it. We knew he was injured. We knew what the injury was. He hasn't said anything different. So, I don't think it is completely made up. I think it's a genuine injury. But I don't think that it is as bad as what they've said. Just looking at online, for me, what I found, it said 4 to 12 weeks. Well, 12 weeks is still 3 months. So 1 to 3 months is what I've seen. But if you're saying that you went to a site and it said 6 months, send it over. I'd have a look at that. I'd be interested to read that. But this definitely feels like they're quite confident he's going to make it, you know? This feels like they're confident he'll make it to WrestleMania. Otherwise, they would just have him relinquish, wouldn't they? They'd take it off him, I'm sure. Spinebuster by Drew. Imagine Saturday, number 30 hits. Cody, Punk, Gunther, whoever is left, and it's Brock that comes out, said Tom Tom. How do you explain Priest not coming out? That was stupid right out of the gate. How do you explain Priest not coming out? That was stupid right out the gate. I guess there was Imperium excuse. Oh, you mean at the start of the night? At Damien coming out? How do you not explain Damien coming out? Well, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, Damien was probably watching and waiting like the rest of us as to what Seth was going to say. And before Seth got to finish what he was saying, as you said, Imperium came out and confronted. So all of a sudden now, what can Damien do? Because there's every chance he was in Gorilla backstage waiting to come out. But Seth was in the process of revealing what was happening. He was in the process of saying, you know, like, this is what's going to happen. Before he could finish that, Imperium came out and interrupted. Well, all of a sudden now you've got Gunther in there, you've got Imperium around ringside. But it does not feel like an opportunity to cash in at that moment. So could he have interrupted before Imperium? Potentially, yes. Potentially, yes. But who knows? Maybe he was backstage and he saw Imperium were around and he thought to himself, this isn't the right time. I didn't think he would cash in. I didn't mind him coming down. They just went with Imperium instead. Against the ropes goes Damien. Round the houses, lands on his feet. Boom! 1, 2. Shoulder up by Drew. We got 3 minutes left to go. These two battling away at each other. Drew goes to the outside. Damien staying in the ring. Damien against the ropes. Goes over the top. Wow! He went against the ropes and then he kind of jumped off the rope, went up, spun round, came crashing down onto Drew. Oh, hello. Crowd are on their feet. Someone's coming in. Crowds. Oh, R-Truth. R-Truth. He pushes R-Truth. R-Truth goes down. Yeah, now's not a good time, Truth. You want the briefcase? Is he putting it in the briefcase? He's putting the money in the briefcase. He just knocks R-Truth down. Kick to the midsection. Future shock. Boom! Drew looks over. What's the password? What's the password? What's the password? Is asking Damien what the now's not the right time. Shot there by McIntyre. The money goes flying in the ring. Damien Priest. Oh! He's gone for the cover, but R-Truth's got the ref distracted. The money is all down in the ring. He's trying to scrape it up with his foot. What did I tell you? He grabs R-Truth, hurls him through the ropes. R-Truth goes to the outside. Ah, oh, Claymore connects. Claymore connects. 1, 2, 3. Damian Priest loses to Drew because of R-Truth. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Drew McIntyre picks up the win. I love R-Truth, said Johnny. Who will win the Royal Rumble live on Saturday? Truth is still in it. He did go through the ropes, you are right. Right. Match score. Let's get your thoughts as to what you thought about that. I am going to be honest, I don't know about using R-Truth quite in that way. He's a comedy character, so to see him actually now really getting involved in some storylines. I mean, it's all well and good him being backstage, having a bit of fun, like, you know, in those segments, and then maybe doing a bit of a match between Miz and R-Truth and, you know, the Judgment Day, don't tag in, I've got you, kind of a thing. Well, now he's just really cost Damian Priest a big match against Drew, main event of Raw. I mean, there is sure to be serious repercussions for this. So I suppose it's interesting in that regard that we're not just keeping him as that sort of comedy character, but I don't know, this doesn't look very good for the future of R-Truth and Judgment Day, does it? Because Damien surely is not going to be happy about this. Surely not going to be happy. I don't know if the money might change his mind. I don't know if next week he's made even more money that he can convince him. No, look, you know, the money's still coming in. Whether that'll please Damien, but I'm pretty sure there's going to have to be some repercussions here. Truth needs to start a $1 Million Man gimmick. Money, 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 money. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Right, I'm going to jump over to the other channel. I'm not going anywhere, but I am putting the poll up so that you can vote for the show. We always like to do this. I always like to do it at the end of the stream. Click on the community tab. So over here, I know I point it out all the time, but Wrestling Days Clips, the second channel. If you go over there, this is where all the scores are. So, news coming out of SmackDown. We've got a new tag team emerge. This isn't... So... Why am I talking? Shut up. I wasn't even on that tab. Oh, God. I talk so much. I'm even now talking over myself. That's how much I talk. I'm getting in my own way. Okay, so what did you score WWE Raw, right? So what's the date of this Raw? It is the 22nd. Boom. Okay, did you think this was an all-time episode? Did you think this was a great episode? Did you think this was a good episode? Did you think it was okay? Or did you think it was bad? Okay, so you can go over to the second channel, Wrestling Days Clips, click on the community tab. That is where you vote. You can put your thoughts in the chat anyway, but these are the ones that we count. These are the ones that go onto the list. So, SmackDown from Friday scored 52% good, but we do always add in the ones above as well. So, we need to add 41 onto that 52. Seems like it was a very well received show, actually. So that is going to give us a total score 41. Add the 52, that is going to take us to 93. So 93% good. People thought that was quite well received. How does that compare? 93% good. Let's get up the show scores. Let's change this over to the show scores. Boom. So it was good, and it was 93%. So it does put it down here. It puts it actually exactly the same as the Raw from the 8th. So it was good. 93%. The actual score that people voted was 52%, and that was SmackDown from the, if it's the 22nd, 21, 2019. Well, that is an improvement on the week before, but it's not a million miles away from the week before. You can see that SmackDown the week before is actually just below it. So it's definitely gone up a little bit, but not by loads. So it actually ranks it as kind of one of the lower SmackDowns that we've seen, unfortunately. So we've got a few in the good range. There's a few in the great range. Still, the best scoring one is from the 9th of December. So we're kind of really building up. That's where we are with the best shows so far. So you can see how everything is graded. I mean, I cannot wait to put Royal Rumble into this. I wonder what the Rumble score will come out as. I wonder how that will compare. And as we said, we're going to be honest. You know, we're going to be straight up honest. We want to know how it compares to like SummerSlam. We want to know how it's going to compare to Payback and everything. So we're going to be honest, and we'll see where it fits in. So yeah, SmackDown from Friday has been added, and it comes in just here. Exactly the same as the Raw from the 8th of January. So loving that. It'll be interesting to see what people scored this Raw. We will add this Raw, the score for this Raw, we will add it tomorrow on NXT. During our NXT stream, we'll do the exact same thing. At the end of the show, we will add the score for this show to that list. As well, if you want to send in your predictions for the Royal Rumble, it is Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow. It is the prediction episode. I've obviously already given my thoughts, and a big thank you to everyone that watched the video. And I put a short up today as well. I did the work. Ground out a short, got that out there today. So there is a prediction video. There is a short video that's gone out as well. So you sort of know my thoughts. And to be honest, my thoughts haven't changed. Nothing I've seen today has changed my mind. I'm still, thinking that Michael Cole is going to be the lead announcer. I still think Travis won't be there. So my predictions are still the same. But I want to know your thoughts, and obviously we need to get Tommy Toy Travel's thoughts as well. So really tomorrow is going to be more about you than it's going to be about me, and that hurts me because I do love talking about myself, but I do just love talking in general. So I'll talk about whatever. so we can talk about your predictions on the Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow. If you want to send them through, just send me a video clip of you. You know, you can be talking over graphics. It can just be you talking to the camera. If you want to just send an audio clip, that's fine. But record it and then send it to wrestlingdays@gmail.com. And make it about 1 minute to 2 minutes long. I'm hoping that we get a few. You know, if we get 10 2-minute clips, there's 20 minutes gone already, so that's why it has to be kept quite short. But yeah, just send them over and we will play those during the Wrestling Escape Pod. Obviously, the Wrestling Escape Pod lives on its own channel. That is our weekly podcast, and that lives over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. It's the podcast I do with Tommy Toy Travels. That will be back tomorrow, Royal Rumble exclusive, and we will be back on this channel doing NXT. Right, that's a little bit of housekeeping done. We'll get a few final thoughts, and then I'm going to run away so that I can do the unseen video. Let's jump here. I'm going to end this poll. We've had over 200 votes. I'm going to end this poll so that we can get the matches recorded. 42, 38, 11, and 7. Lovely. Okay. I still miss heel days, said William. We a real stinky show so that Days gets bored and turns heel. The AEW streams were fun because Days talked more about everything else. Johnny said, I hate the first hour because of Imperium, but the rest of the show I love. Tom and Nick's fault. It is Tom and Nick's fault, Johnny, you're right. Damian Priest did not win because he was supposed to be babysitting. Truth. Shaquem said Raw was okay. Watson said, just a thought, would you rank UFC shows and put them on a separate list, the same that you do with these shows, said Watson. Well, they would definitely be on a separate list. I feel like that's a very different community. I think the UFC community, and I could be very wrong here, but I feel like the UFC community is a community that maybe they would, I don't know. I don't know that they are so worried about rating shows. Don't know. That's an interesting one. I feel like that's a very pro wrestling thing. You know, like the 5 stars, Dave Meltzer lists and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And because there's been so many shows as well, I think people do, you know, you see a lot of reviews, Wrestling with Regret, and OSW review, you know, Old School Wrestling review. There's quite a few people that go back and have a look at the older shows and give their opinions on them. I actually don't know if that exists in the UFC world. I'm not very good at like digging into that kind of community. I watch tape, I watch the fights, I look at like the countdown videos. I think there's a few good prediction channels that are worth watching, but like I have no idea like if anyone is making reviews of shows. I mean, maybe there's a gap in the market. If not, you know, that could be something for one of you guys to think about, like going back, watching all the old UFC shows, reviewing them, breaking the fights down, scoring the fights. Because if no one's doing that, I think there could be an opportunity there for someone to do that. But it's difficult because I feel like wrestling and scoring and star power and star ratings and all that, it feels very baked into the wrestling world. It feels very part of it. I don't know that there is a Meltzer of UFC. You know, no one waits for star ratings for UFC 297. No, I don't know that anyone's waiting for, like, you know, those scores to come out. Well, he gave Sean Strickland against Duplessis just 4 stars. What? That's not really part of that world, but it is very much part of the wrestling world. So that's why it's never crossed my mind. It's an excellent suggestion, and it makes me wonder if there's maybe even a bigger project there, like if there's a channel that could get their teeth into reviewing the old shows. Maka said, do you think Naomi's first feud when she gets back, will she be eliminated by that person? To be honest, I think the golden opportunity with Naomi has been the bloodline. You know, to have a story all about family that involves the Usos and Roman, and for Naomi to be right there and for us to not use her in that story, I think the only reason we didn't was because Vince didn't want to do that. You know, Vince didn't even have Sammy really that involved. When Vince was booking Sammy, he just had him hanging around the Usos. He didn't have him get into segments with Roman. As soon as Triple H took over, that's when Sammy started to get more involved with Roman, more involved with the Bloodline, and we saw how that played off. I mean, wow. You know, that moment at the Rumble last year, blah, 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 blah. And I don't think Vince wanted Naomi to kind of be around the Bloodline, didn't have any plans there. And unfortunately, by the time Triple H took over, she'd already gone. So she's been gone a little while, in all fairness, good year and a half now. So I think when she comes back, I would be looking for her to be with Jimmy. I'd be looking for her to be around the Bloodline. I think it provides an interesting new dynamic. We know the shelf life of the Bloodline might not be that long, though. I mean, Cody could end his story at WrestleMania. And what does that mean for the Bloodline? So it's difficult, because that's what I would be thinking. If I was booking her, I'd be thinking, how do I get her in the Bloodline? Because this could breathe new life to the Bloodline. This could be, you know, like when we dropped Sammy in, it was like everything felt fresh again. Bringing in Naomi could do something similar. And a whole new division now needs to be worried about the Bloodline. The women's division now has got to be worried about the Bloodline. So I don't know that the person that eliminates Naomi is going to be the first feuds, because there may be a bigger focus for her. But without knowing how everything else is going to play out, it's hard to know how long the Bloodline are going to be around for. But if Roman is going to face The Rock, I mean, that's going to be about family, isn't it? It's going to all be about family. So it would just be a no-brainer to have Naomi in the mix with Jimmy Uso. And I feel pretty good that Jimmy and Jay are going to compete at WrestleMania. So does Jay need to get a female to counter Naomi? Imagine the segments with Jay and Naomi. Imagine what those segments would be like if we are building to Jimmy and Jay. So I would want to keep her around that kind of ballpark personally. James said, honesty. People don't like honesty. Not my kind of honesty anyway. Well, James, there's honest and then there's honest, isn't there? And James is super honest. He goes beyond honesty. John said, maybe Gunther beats Roman for his belt, then Damian cashes in and beats Gunther to win, and then feuds with Cody. I feel Elimination Chamber men's match will be Gunther, Gable, Jay, Bronson, Kofi, and Miz for the IC title, said Liam. Intoxicated said, I can't wait for NXT tomorrow. Should be good. Johnny said, do you think Mr. Beast will win the Rumble this year? I don't. Do you think Gunther lacks personality to be the face of WWE? Yeah, probably. If you think about the faces of WWE, Bruno was a face, Hogan was a face, Brett and Shawn, well, Brett was a face, Shawn was a heel, but Shawn wasn't very successful as the face of the company. It's kind of funny that Shawn's one of the greatest to ever do it, but his run as champion, certainly in the mid-90s, was very underwhelming. And he had bags of personality, but for whatever reason, we just couldn't find a way of presenting it and getting it across. He was always in the title picture, around the top of the card, but when given the actual ball, I don't know, it just didn't quite click, didn't quite work. Roman's been a heel. He's been a monster heel, but obviously he's had a big supporting cast, and you know he's got a great personality anyway. He can cut promos. John Cena was a massive babyface. Who else has been the face of the company? Undertaker maybe at times. Brock maybe at times. What we're not talking about is big foreign heels, are we? You know, what all those people are people that English is their first language, and the vast majority are faces. It's quite rare to have a heel as the face of the company. That's quite a rare thing, because normally it's a face. So that would be rare, but obviously we've got it right now with Roman. But what's even rarer is someone who doesn't have like English as their first language. Gunther can talk, but it's not his native language, and I feel that he maybe struggles a little bit to kind of get his personality across. I'm sure he's got one, and I'm sure that in Austrian, when he's talking in his native tongue, he's probably a lot more captivating than when he's trying to communicate in English. His English is good, but I'm sure there are limitations there. So it's very difficult to know if it's a personality thing or if it is a kind of command of the English language thing. It might be a little bit of both. It might be a personality thing. Either way, I would say I don't think you're wrong in saying there's something that just feels like a barrier. He looks the part. He sounds the part for what he needs to do. And he can wrestle amazingly, of course. But yeah, there is definitely something that when you say that, like, do you think he can be the face of the company? My initial reaction is no. No, I don't think he is face of the company material. I think he's in the mix. I think he's multiple-time world champion. I think he main events WrestleMania. I think he is... You know, he's that kind of monster heel that the baby faces don't want to have to face. Is the Brock, you know, it's a lazy comparison, but it's like Brock in a way. You know, Brock's that monster heel that can carry the ball sometimes. And if the story's right, yeah, he can be champ and he can be, you know, one of the champions. But will he ever get to that Roman position? Doesn't feel like it at the moment, but well, I suppose we'll have to see how this character evolves, and we'll have to see how Imperium evolves, because part of it is just putting the right people around him. I mean, Roman's not around all that much, but there's always Heyman, like, you know, bigging up Roman when Roman's not around. So, you know, what if Gunther was a Heyman guy? If Gunther was a Heyman guy and we strengthened Imperium, maybe it doesn't become that strange then. Maybe it doesn't feel that wrong. But yeah, on his own at the moment right now, I suppose it doesn't feel like it's going to go that way. But I think he'll be a champ, and I think he'll main event a WrestleMania, and I think he'll win a world championships more than once. It's not really much of a prediction, is it? I think everyone feels that way. But will he ever be in the Roman position? Right now I'd say no. Right now, I'd say no. I think you've got to be something really extra special. Extra special. You've got to have everything to get into that position. And it feels like Gunther's lacking something. And as you said, is it personality? Maybe. Or maybe he just hasn't shown it yet. Early doors, innit? Early doors, early days. Because Sean said, what do you rate the show tonight? And what do you think about the promo segment? I thought the promo segment was good. Really good. I don't regard it as an all-time, oh my god, I've just witnessed history type segment. I thought it was very good. I enjoyed it. I was on the edge of my seat. I thought there were some great lines. I loved the line about the American Nightmare. I loved the line about I'm more CM Punk than you. So, yeah, big thumbs up. Big thumbs up. Really enjoyed it, right? But yeah, it's not one that, as I said earlier, that I'm going to look back on at the end of the year and feel like I saw something monumental, feel like I saw something that changed history. To me, it was good, really good. And it did its job. And on to the Rumble we go. In regards to the show, real mixed bag, man. I mean, there was some stuff here like the Valhalla Ivy Nile match, which I just didn't think was very good. And the start left me a bit disappointed. I'm going to be very honest. I mean, Seth not vacating that belt when he's going to be, his words, potentially out for 3 to 4 months, I think rightfully has got people asking the question of like, well, why? You lay into Roman for not being around and being a part-time champion. Now you're admitting that you've been told 3 to 4 months you're going to be out the game, and you're not willing to vacate the championship. Like, why? That doesn't stack up. That doesn't add up. I think it's because they're exaggerating the 3 to 4 months and that he's going to be back much quicker than that. So that it's like, wow, we wasn't expecting him back this soon, blah, blah, blah. So I think that's probably the truth. But I don't think it's a good look for Seth. I don't think this is a good look. This doesn't send the right message of like, guys, I've been told I'm going to be away for 3 to 4 months. I ain't giving up this belt. That leaves me a bit disappointed. Certainly when we could have done something a bit more exciting with it, but their reasons are their reasons, and it is what it is, right? People are 50-50 on it, and I mean that literally. When we did a poll asking what people thought, it was like 52% to 48%. So people are very split on that open, but I would be in the percentage that wasn't keen. So that, might be a negative, but the segment itself was edge of the seat, and Gunther coming out was so much fun. So, yeah, it's a mixed bag, innit? There's good, there's bad. Probably works out about a 7.25, maybe a 7. It's probably around that. We're not in the 8s. Nowhere near the 8s. But, I don't know, this wasn't a bad show. I can't say this was a bad show because I was thoroughly entertained. And I remember we got to the halftime scores, and I couldn't believe that we were already an hour and a half into the show. I couldn't believe it. I was stunned that we were already at that point, so that's got to mean something. It means I was firmly entertained. So, yeah, it is what it is. We got the answers that we were looking for, and now we get to move on. So, we're going to wrap things up there. I need to go off and do this unseen video. Again, if you see stuff on X that you think would be good, quote tag me in it, and I can have a look at it. If I think it's right to be included, then I can bookmark it, and then I can put it into the unseen video. So I'm going to go off and work on that. We're back tomorrow with Wrestling Escape Pod. We're back tomorrow with our NXT stream, and of course we're working and building our way towards the Rumble. The stream is already set up. As I said, leave a like on that if you are going to be joining us. It is appreciated. Have a great evening wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining us. Really do appreciate it. I can see that at one point there was like nearly 1,500 people that were joining us during that Seth segment. So definitely did grab people's interest, that segment. So yeah, I mean, it's not lost on me how amazing that is. So a big thank you to everyone that joined. Have a great evening, and I will see you again next time tomorrow. Bye for now.